Well done, Gary. Good move. Goes 35 on a 33. Glenda Thompson, Craig Elliott. These two not in at the moment. So Glenda is currently number 36. Craig number 37. $13.53 the dial in for Glenda. Craig looking for $10.91. Right, first to get to the stripe is Craig. Gets 11.02, not enough. Glenda 13.71, not enough. They don't get in. Oh, right. Dan Sanderson, he's not in the show at the moment. Needs to go 11.60 to 11.64. It's a small window of opportunity, but there is a gap to get in. So the bump at the moment is 0.48. Dan 11.96 doesn't get him in the show either. Jake Cawthorne goes 10.51. Carl Kenyon with a twisted lemon. Actually got your birthday cake last night at the Nostalgia Superstock Barbecue. And once again, thanks to everybody involved with the food last night. Of course, Kiwi, Adrian Portelli, Zoe, everybody that was involved with the barbecue last night, thank you ever so much indeed. Neve was in there supplying food, so thank you ever so much indeed. I had my obligatory burger last night, very, very nice indeed. Thank you ever so much indeed to Nostalgia Superstock. So Lola Cavey, she is, where is she? She's number 4 at the moment. Carl Kenyon is number 12. Lola goes 66, no help for her. Carl Kenyon, 12.75. Yeah, he's only 500s off, but again, he's safety qualified. Jim Smith, he's number 15. Rob Cawthorne, 19. They are both A-OK. It's basically ensuring that you get into the show. That's the most important thing at the moment. You worry about eliminations later on. So Jim, 11.20, what's he got for us? 11.28. Rob, 12.28 is the target, goes 12.33. Old Scalabolts, Phil Hobson, alongside Andy Bosworth, one of our chefs last night. Forgot to mention Andy, apologies for that, mate. But thank you very much indeed. Bob's going to get there first with 62, no help. 12.39.41. Phil Hobson already number 6, so he's only 200ths off. But actually made no difference at all. Richard Granger, number 25. Connor Hall is number 5. Connor was your early number 1. Just slipped back a little bit, but it is so brutal. I mean, if you look at the top of the shop in this class at the moment, the top 10 are all dialing. Connor, 10.80. Richard, 11.32. No help for those two. Both stay put. Rebecca Elliott and Paul Fleckney. Well, Rebecca is number 31. She slipped back a bit due to other people's improvements. She's in the show at the moment. Dials 11:45. Paul Fleckney totally safe. Number 17. Well, Rebecca Elliott made herself totally safe now. She moves up from 31 to 16. She goes 11:46 with 6 on a 45. All right, Victoria Buswell, Glyn Boardman. Glyn is fine. Darling in 9.98. Victoria not in the elimination ladder at the moment. She's currently number 40. Once again, this is the last qualifying session for Nostalgia Superstock. And my apologies, I haven't wished everybody a very good morning that's tuned into the live stream. Well, wherever you are in the world, a very good morning from a glorious Santa Pod, as per usual this year. It's a fantastic day here. Right, Glyn Boardman, 10.02, Victoria goes, 13.93, stays number 40. Ty Strevitt, Nick Martin, they will both be in eliminations. So 11.29, 11.18 the Darlings, 24 breakout for Ty, and 32 there for the Downtown Duster. Dave Simcock, James Ellis. They're both in. 10.21. 10.86 on the dials. Well, James is number 29. He might hang on there. Both of them cracking lights, by the way. 01 and 02. 27 Dave. 10.91 for James. So they both stay first. Right, now then, Mr. Dodd. He's not in at the moment. John Wilson, though, with Dirty Barry, he is your number 1 qualifier. Paul Dodd currently number 35 with the Cutlass. He's looking for 11.20. So anything between 11.20 and 11.24 will get him in. Oh my word, it was. He goes, and it's 11.1999. He broke out by 1/10,000th of a second. That is harsh. Oh boy, oh boy. John Wilson goes 11.21, 11.30. But that is the most cruel blow. It really is. You want 11.20 and you go 11.1999. As I say, 1/10,000th of a second. That's literally, if he's staged like 2 inches deeper, he'd been in. He'd have been number 1 qualifier. Oh, brutal. Right, Hannah Cork, Gary Lake, they are both safe. 11.57, 12.57. So 69 and a 12.64, so Hannah stays 19, Gary stays number 9. All right, getting down to the last runners in the class. These two are both safe. Jacqueline Bartlett, 10.74, she's number 13. And Rick Denny, looking for 11.24. He's currently number 22. Matter of fact, I think this is the last pair. Unless Duncan Watts it's okay to come around. We'll find out in a second. .1070 breakout for Jacqueline. Then he goes 11.28 on that 24, so they stay put. I think that is possibly game over. So let's have a look then. John Wilson stays top of the shop with Jason Stegel, Chris Goodale, Lola Cavey, Connor Hall, Phil Hobson, Jack Bishop. I think that's Neil Francis, Gary Lake and Nick Martin. Right, let's have a look at the ones that just didn't make it. It's unfortunate this. Chris Shell is your first alternate with John Pratt, Paul Dodd, Glenda Thompson, Craig Elliott, Dan Sanderson, Victoria Buswell, Mike Graham, Stu Doyle. I haven't seen Stu Doyle for a little while actually. Andrew Stiles Ward. Okay. No, hang on. I think he has made it. He has. Duncan Watts. Wasn't quite sure if he was going to get the call here, but he has. He's made it. He's qualified. So he is in the show, despite actually being number 32. That's good enough to get in. But the car has cut, not quite sure. Obviously they did have an issue in the pairing lanes. And yeah, they've brought it now. They've hit the main power switch. So get that car back to the pits. Duncan's got, at least an hour and a half to get it ready for eliminations. And let's have a look. So the timing for Nostalgia Superstock round 1 is 11:45. So yeah, got a couple of hours. Fingers crossed they can get that sorted. So it is Run With Your Brung now until 5 to 11. When we go into eliminations for Gasser Circus, that'll be our first class that will be taking part in the racing. So wakey folks, come on down into the pairing lanes. I've only got 5 cars in the pairing lanes at the moment. So obviously had a very good evening last night, and you haven't woken up yet. So come on down folks. Make the most of Run What You Brung. Let's say just let Duncan clear the stage. So format for today, as you say, Run With Your Brung coming up next, and then 5 to 11 Gasser Circus, followed by Street Eliminator tryouts, the Wild Bunch session, followed by Nostalgia Eliminator, Supercharged Outlaws, Nostalgia Cannonball, final qualifying session for them. Then Nostalgia Superstock, we've got the NASCARs again at midday. Back to Run With Your Brung, and then the Spider-Man Jet Dragster will run at 5 to 1, which will take us into the lunch break. And then it's a mix of a mix of eliminations and Run With Your Brung taking us all the way up to our finals around about 4:45, 5 o'clock, and then that'll be it. So into Run With Your Brung now. It will be a bit stop-start as we haven't got a huge amount of cars in the lanes at the moment. To kick things off, we've got Mark Skinner down there with the Tasfit running, 9.7s. It's ridiculously quick. Love the car though. Best of 9.67 this weekend. Oh, he'd Run With Your Brung anyway. Going alongside Neil the Loop, but unfortunately Mark being pushed back. Nice straight and true. 11.85 there for Neil. 109. Right, underneath the tower then. Out on bail, 100E of Paul Orne going alongside Taylor Letchford. Trying to get the car dialed in for Supergas, I think, so they're looking for 990. .73, 136. Oh, so consistent now. And bizarrely, it's consistent for whoever drives it. Very well sorted indeed. Right, so Taylor switches lanes. So although the car has been in the 7s this weekend, they wanted to get the first run off the trailer to see, you know, give it a flat out run, making sure everything was good with the car. Now they're trying to dial it in. And what I mean by that, you'll see a big throttle stop, hopefully, and try and slow the car down. Maybe not. Going flat out again. 829, 141. So much for trying to dial the car in. What are we doing? Still a very nice pass indeed. 829, 149. Clicked it very early. Maybe the next time we see the car, they'll try and slow it down. One or two more appearing in the lanes. Just doing a little bit of track work as well. Back in a moment. Okay, so we are back in action once again. And we got Phoebe Davison. And young Mr. Sternum down there. So Shane Sturman with the Camaro and of course Phoebe Davison with the 100E. So Shane did Street Weekend last year, had an absolute blast. And a very good morning to John actually, probably tuned in. Hope you're keeping well, mate. Big hi to you and Dave and everybody. So Phoebe, looking for 10.99. I wonder what she'll get. 10.97. I'll tell you what, it's so tight, isn't it? Very good. $13.74 for Shane. Oh, Neil Lelouch's back down already. Hot lapping. Good to see. Oh, I've just got the ladder for Nostalgia Superstock Round 1. Let's have a quick scan through that. $11.76. Nice little run there. So young Marcus. $9.67, 149, getting the job done. Right, Carly Baker, Kev Baker, the Moggy, and the Naughty 40. $11.16, $12.17. So Outlaw Outcast once again. This is Phil Malls with the Triggers Broom Willis. And how about Laura absolutely hauling with the Camaro now? Not on this particular pass, bit of a faux pas off the line there. Went 10.23 yesterday. Set her best ever run in the car. Phil goes 10.30, 11.20. But I tell you what, Laura's having an absolute blast this weekend with the Crossfire Camaro. Supported by Jamie. Well done, mate. So, James Limbrick and Alan Bartlett. These two have been pairing up quite a lot, actually, in Outlaw Outcasts. $13.22 and a $13.13. Right, the Rambling Man. Dodge from way back when. $11.69 at 117. Right, Laurie Bamford. Right, lots Laurie got for us today then. Conditions really good to go quick. Nice wheels up launch there for Laurie. $9.96, 132. Let's have a quick look in the parent lanes. A few around there. In actual fact, the Camaro back down. You got the Moggy and the A40 back down again. $11.87, 115 for Joe with the Camaro. That's his quickest. Nicely done, sir. Say $11.87. That's his quickest of the weekend. Big improvement as well, to be fair. Well, 105E, the little Anglia. The car's been in the pits all weekend long. I've had a few issues. And fingers crossed I can actually get a run in. Goes 11.87, 115. Right, Shane Sternham underneath the tower. Actually, just looking at Shane Sturman's car down there, just seeing that fair bit of the interior, well, especially at the back end, is not there. Trying to make the car a bit lighter. Well, and that's right, it's only the boot line that's not. They still got the rear seats. So Shane at the top end goes 13.64. Right, cool actually. A couple of people caught me yesterday inquiring about the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame t-shirts. I've got them up in the tower here. So if you come up to the tower via Bankside, the stairs, you know where the cash machine is. If you just come up the stairs, knock on the door, and I'll be able to sort out your British Drag Racing Hall of Fame t-shirts for you. As I say, I do have them in the tower. Kev Baker and Carly Baker. 11.10 target number for Kev on the back window, 12.50 for Carly. So we get an idea of the numbers that they want to try and run. Phil Moles then with the Triggers Brew. $10.20 would be a good number. Oh, anything's a good number every time you run, basically. $10.28, 130. Good looking run actually for Phil. There's James Librick and Alan Bartlett again. Like these two lining up together. Don't know the power plant in James' car, but Alan's is a Rover V8. That's 13.14, 13.07. Oh, absolutely beautiful car that just appeared there, but unfortunately I have to go back because I'm not thinking you need arm restraints being an open top car. Just a safety thing. So the Rambling Man Dodge. Right, it's now logged as 0015 on Outlaw Outcasts. I just need a name now. Pairing lane's very quiet indeed, so I think you're going to see a fair bit of hot lapping today. Oh, quickest run of the weekend, 11.45 for the Dodge. Oh dear. Shane Sturman and Kev Baker, mate. There's just a few cars running at the moment. They're just hot lapping. Don't forget we go into eliminations in 3/4 an hour, kicking things off with Gasser Circus. And of course, our race classes take to the track. It's a round of their lifestyle championships as well. We've got quite a few updates in Gasser Circus to pass on to you when the time comes. Well, if Shane keeps running like this, he's going to have to go and get some fuel soon. I hope he's got a big jerry can with him. That's the 13:45. That's the quickest run of the weekend. Well done, Shane. .29 for Phil and 11:15 there for Kev. That's a 12:52, 110, very close to that 12:50 target number. .13:71 at 110.2. That's the quickest run that car's done this weekend. All right, pair of lanes get a little bit quiet at the moment, so we'll just bring up the tunes for a moment, and when we start getting a gaggle of cars, I will bring the commentary back up. To let everybody know that the pairing lanes are open. We are in Rumble at the moment, but it's a little bit quiet out there. So come on, folks, come on down. There's a couple of cars that are just going through, but I'm not going to do stop starts commentary for it. It's not fair on you. So come on, folks, let's get into the lanes. Bearing in mind, actually, in about half an hour's time, we'll be going into eliminations for our race classes. So it's going to get very, very busy then. But yeah, come on down, folks. Come and join in with the fun. Right, a little bit of an update for you as one of the NASCARs appears. Well, although Run What You Brung sold out for today, nobody seems to be wanting to play. So we've added 20 Run What You Brung vouchers. So they've just been put on the for sale. So if you want to take part in Run What You Brung, you can go and buy a voucher, and that will open up for you for the whole day. The only thing that will stop you is obviously when the race classes come, but we'll be whittling them down throughout the day. So real good opportunity to do Run What You Brung. So they have put 20 vouchers for sale. So if you fancy having a go in Run What You Brung, just get onto the Run What You Brung side of things and get your voucher booked. There you go, folks. Good news. In the meantime, look in the Perry lanes. Well, there's nobody there. You're getting like 2 or 3 cars that are just hot lapping at the moment. But Gasser Circus will be heading down into the lanes shortly. So although they weren't scheduled to run for about half an hour, they will be heading into the lanes, well, as soon as they can. So at least we can get them through. So that's the update from the tower for the time being. But as I say, yeah, come on down. 20 more vouchers added into the Run What You Brung pot. Get yourselves booked in. So the bump at the moment is 048. And 1196 doesn't get him in the show either. Jake Cawthorne goes 1051. Carl Kenyon with a Twisted Lemon. Actually got your birthday cake last night at the Nostalgia Superstock Barbecue. And once again, thanks to everybody involved with the food last night. Of course, Kiwi, Adrian Portelli, Zoe, everybody that was involved with the barbecue last night, thank you ever so much indeed. Neve was in there supplying food, so thank you ever so much indeed. I had my obligatory burger last night, very, very nice indeed. Thank you ever so much indeed to Nostalgia Superstock. So Lola Cavey, she is, where is she? She's number 4 at the moment. Carl Kenyon is number 12. Lola goes 66, no help for her. Carl Kenyon, 12.75. Yeah, he's only 500s off, but again, he's safety qualified. Jim Smith, he's number 15. Rob Cawthorne, 19. They are both A-OK. It's basically ensuring that you get into the show. That's the most important thing at the moment. You worry about eliminations later on. So Jim, 11.20, what's he got for us? 11.28. Rob, 12.28 is the target, goes 12.33. Okay, we're starting to get a few cars appear in the lanes now, so it's going to pick up the commentary once again. Well, this car's getting loads of runs in today. 1462 at 98 miles an hour. Just a reminder, folks, they have released 20 extra Run What You Brung vouchers for today. It has sold out, but everybody's come to play. Phoebe Davison. .11.04 Pixel at the moment to go. Julia, what's going on there? Yeah. Thing is, you got a car that runs so consistently. A little bit odd when it goes like a few hundredths off. So, Gasser Circus have made their way down into the lanes for round one eliminations. Right, so Pairing Lanes now has Gasser Circus eliminations round number one lined up. So let's give you the pairings then. You have number one qualifier, Chris Layram. It will get a bye run. We were going to have Tony Pearson driving the car, but because Chris went to the Super Nats, but he's come back. So Chris is back in the car. Sean Milsom will be taking on Adam Krasinski. Steve Matthews takes on Nervous Nick. Ray Irish against Steph Milsom. Jason Pickett taking on Nick Barnett. Kate Booth against Brian Gibson. Now, this is the weird pairing, actually. Ray Turner was going to be taking on Dave Wood, but unfortunately, Ray is out with engine damage and Dave Wood has had to shoot back home. So there is actually no cars in that pairing at all. Tom Margerson taking on John Gibson, but John Gibson is out with a blown head gasket. So Tom Margerson gets a bye into round two. where he would have faced either Ray or Dave, and there's neither of them there, so Tom bizarrely gets 2 bye runs to the semi-finals. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. It is what it is. So that's what's going to be occurring in Gasser Circus. As I say, they are all in the lanes and they are pretty much ready to run. Right, okay, let's have a quick look at this Dodge SRT 2009 model. Plenty of runs today, making the most of the availability of track time. That gets a 1382. A little bit of track prep and Gasser Circus will be ready to run. So we'll just let our track crew deal with that, and when we come back it'll be Gasser Circus here at the Mopars. Okay, here we go then. It is eliminations time, and it is round 1 for Gasser Circus. So your first pairing sees your championship points leader. Jason Pickett coming round with Cherry Bomb, going to be taking on Nick Barnett with the Anson Anglia. Now normally it's Gary Nash driving this car, but Gary's over at the Super Nat, so Nick Barnett driving today. So 10.79 dial in for the Anglia. 10.04 for Jason Pickett. Jason was in the wheelie competition last night, and it was so tight between him and Dave Billadou last night. Both of them had brilliant wheelies. Had to put it to a crowd vote in the end, as they both tied. All a bit of fun. So this is the serious part of racing now. Jason more interested in winning this. So Nick Barnett wins that one. Jason 10.05 and a 10.04, but car did not react, didn't get off the line. Not quite sure what happened there. But anyway, Jason is out. Nick Barnett moves on. Next pair, and this is your other championship contender, Steve Matthews with Honky Tonky taking on Nervous Nick. So the points leader out round 1. Well, let's see what happens to number 2 in the points. Big wheels up launch there for Steve Matthews, chasing down Nick Lamb. Oh, 11.26 to a 9.65. Perfect ET Steve Matthews. And he needed it because he was a little bit late off the tree. But perfect ET Steve Matthews. 9.65 with a 0 on a 9.65 dial-in. Took the strike by 0.5. And Steve Matthews goes into round number 2. Kate Booth, Brian Gibson, 10.60, plays 11.20. Both away well. Close at the stripe is a double breakup by the lesser amount though. Kate Booth takes it. 10.51 and 11.05. Brian Gibson was 1500ths under. Kate was 900ths under. But it's Kate that moves on. Ray Irish, Steph Milsom. Winner of this gets Steve Matthews in round 2. So the blunderbuss looking for 11.30. And then Ray doing the chasing with the Gas Junkie Willis. Pick up 10.26. So 11.38 takes the win to a loose at 10.28. That was a whole shot win there for Steph. Well done. Let's see if Sean Milsom can go through, but got a tough customer in the shape of Alan Kaczynski. 10.05 for Sean, 10.32 for Adam. Again, sort this one out at the top end. And it's Sean Milsom with a 002 light as well. Nothing wrong with Adam, 07, 10:36 on a 32. But a whole shot win there for Sean Milsom. Say 002 light really helping his cause there and was able to control the race. Right, Chris Layram gets a bye run, courtesy of being number one qualifier. Dialing in 10:25. He had a perfect ET in qualifying. When he dialed 10:30, he went 10:30 with a 0 and a 7. And a 10:26 on a 25. What indeed, he's going to be one to watch. Right, next up then, and the last car in class is Tom Margerson. Was supposed to be taking on John Gibson, but many thanks indeed to Sean Milsom informing me that John had a head gasket failure, so unable to make eliminations. So Tom gets a bye run here into round number 2, where unbelievably he gets another bye run into the semis. Well, sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good. So the Austin Dorset, called the Pressure Machine, dial-in of 10:70. Goes 10:74, nicely done. So matchups, round number 2, Gasser Circus. Chris Layram is going to be taking on Sean Milsom. Steve Matthews has got Steph Milsom. Nick Barnett has got Kate Booth, and Tom Margerson will have a bye run. Okay, that's it for Gasser Circus. We just got to wait for the next group to appear in the lanes. So back to the tunes. Oh, just a reminder, don't forget there are 20 extra Run With Your Run vouchers added into the pot if anybody would like to have a go. So the bump at the moment is 048. Dan 1196 doesn't get him in the show either. Jake Cawthorne goes 10:51. Carl Kenyon with a Twisted Lemon. Actually got your birthday cake last night at the Nostalgia Superstock barbecue. And once again, thanks to everybody involved with the food last night. Of course, Kiwi, Adrian Portelli, Zoe, everybody that was involved with the barbecue last night, thank you ever so much indeed. Neve was in there supplying food, so thank you ever so much indeed. I had my obligatory burger last night, very, very nice indeed. Thank you ever so much indeed to Nostalgia Superstock. So Lola Cavey, she is, where is she? She's number 4 at the moment. Carl Kenyon is number 12. Lola goes 66, no help for her. Carl Kenyon, 12.75. Yeah, he's only 500s off, but again, he's safely qualified. Jim Smith, he's number 15. Rob Corfield, 19. They are both A-OK. It's basically ensuring that you get into the show. That's the most important thing at the moment. You worry about eliminations later on. So Jim, 11.20, what's he got for us? 11.28. Rob, 12.28 is the target, goes 12.33. Old Skellerbolts, Phil Hobson, alongside Andy Bosworth, one of our chefs last night. Forgot to mention Andy, apologies for that, mate. But thank you very much indeed. Bob's going to get there first with 62, no help. 12.39.41. Phil Hobson already number 6, so he's only 200ths off. But actually made no difference at all. Richard Granger, number 25. Connor Hall is number 5. Connor was your early number 1. Just slipped back a little bit, but it is so brutal. I mean, if you look at the top of the shop in this class at the moment, the top 10 are all dialing. Connor, 1080. Richard, 1132. No help for those two. Both stay put. Rebecca Elliott and Paul Fleckney. Well, Rebecca is number 31. She slipped back a bit due to other people's improvements. She's in the show at the moment. Dials 11.45. Paul Fleckney totally safe. And number 17. Well, Rebecca Elliott made herself totally safe now. She moves up from 31 to 16. She goes 11.46 with 6 on a 45. All right, Victoria Buswell, Glyn Boardman. Glyn is fine. Darling in 9.98. Victoria not in the elimination ladder at the moment. She's currently number 40. Once again, this is the last qualifying session for Nostalgia Superstock. And my apologies, I haven't wished everybody a very good morning that's tuned into the live stream. Well, wherever you are in the world, a very good morning from a glorious Santa Pod, as per usual this year. It's a fantastic day here. All right, Glyn Boardman, 10.02, Victoria goes, 13.93, stays number 40. 16 car ladder.
Help me.
Also, let's have a look at the right order to see what will be following them. Yeah, the Wild Bunch, Nostalgia Eliminator, and then it'll be Supercharged Outlaws, Nostalgia Cannonball, last qualifying for them, and then Nostalgia Superstock, round number 1 elimination. So all of that to come your way. So we're just gathering them in the pairing lanes at the moment. So we're not far away from some pretty hot track action coming up. So it'll be a little bit quiet this morning on Run What You Brung. But say once we get into our race classes, things are going to be picking up quite rapidly. So thank you ever so much indeed. So hold on tight. We are not far away. from getting everything going. Don't forget, check out the car corral as well. Quite a few cars parked over there. Good display of vehicles. And there is basically something for everybody over there. A few other things to bring everybody up to speed with. Let's have a look at the birthday list, because there's a few in the drag racing family that have got a birthday today. Lee Huxley, one of our sportsman racers. Many happy returns to you today. 58 years old. Alan Dieu, one of the racers that's visited us this year. He got that wonderful Alfa Romeo. His birthday today. Rob Jump from VW Pro. Many happy returns to him today. Michael Hamilton's birthday today. Gary Page. Many happy returns indeed to you, sir. So there's a few there. Don't forget, we've got all of our traders here as well. The pod shop is open up, and go and get hold of your latest merchandise from up there. And of course, it goes without saying, don't forget to visit the Mopar merchandise stand as well. They've got the event t-shirts and things like that around the corner. So their stand is actually behind the grandstand. So if you want to pop over and see them. Okay, so we are pretty much ready to go then with our Street Eliminator tryouts. They're all just getting back into their cars, getting themselves ready for eliminations round one. Let's give you the matchups actually whilst I've got them in front of me here. Matt Southcote taking on Kev Preston. Nick Garrett taking on Chris Skinner. Rob Moylan against Nick Smith. Ryan Garrett has got Paul Bentley. Bill McDermott has Mark Skinner. Arnie Pament has got Den Reynolds. Darren Scannell taking on Darren Hussey. But I'm not sure if Darren actually got a note to say that Darren didn't make the cruise last night. Russ Pursley will be taking on Nick Hale. And you got Neil Bolton down there as an alternate. So it's all about to unfold in front of our eyes here. Neil Bolton is in the lanes waiting. He had a great weekend, by the way, as Neil. And so we normally see him up here in the tower, part of our timing crew. Right, your first pair then. Russ Pursley going to be taking on Nigel Hale. Fair to say that this is a bit of a David and Goliath matchup. In size-wise, obviously the Goliath is Nigel Hale, but in performance-wise, it's Russ Pursley. So Russ qualified with an 8.88 in the number 4 spot, but Nigel Hale almost in the 9s. He qualified with the 10.02 with this enormous C30 pickup truck. First pair straight in, let's try it too. Nigel Hale gets the jump, but Russ Pursley lifts the front wheels beautifully. Russ goes, let's have a look at that, 8.91, 9.98 for Nigel Hale, gets into the 9s. Very nicely done indeed, Nigel, well done. Perfect conditions for him. He loses, but it doesn't matter, he's in the 9s. Right, next up then is Paul taking on Ryan. So Paul Bentley with the Mustang. Ryan Garrett with the Valiant. Let's see. Heads up, no darlings. Oh, what a launch for Ryan. Oh, no cruises there for Ryan whatsoever. 8.93, 148 to a 9.97. All right, your next pair. Rob Moylan and Nick Smith. Again, Rob having an absolute blast this weekend. 9.04 in qualifying. Nick Smith went 11.53, but really enjoying his time in Street Eliminator tryouts. Good looking run for Rob. Goes 8.99. Very nicely done indeed. Into the 8s for the first time this weekend. Okay, your next pair. Nick Garrett taking on Chris Skinner. Nick qualified with an 8.95, Chris with a 10.06. It'd be nice to get Chris into the 9s today. I mean, he has been there before. It would just be a fitting to get both of the Fiat 126s into the 9s. Well, Nick out in front, and Nick goes 8.97 for a 10.28. So we've had 4 cars that have gone into round 2 at the moment. Nick Garrett went 8.97, Rob Moylan went 8.99, Ryan Garrett went 8.93, Russ Pursley went 8.91. This seems like the 890 Nationals, it really does. But I think that might change here a little bit. As you've got Matt Southcote down there with the Scampi, taking on Kev Preston. Kev qualified with a 9.48, but fair to say that the Plymouth Scamp is 7.65. Well, we know it's a totally streetable car. That took part in Street Weekend last year, towing a trailer around the countryside, 400 odd miles. The only problem they had was overheating in the car. There's no windows. Super smooth run there, 8.08, 173. That's detuned a little bit there to a 12.19, 103. Right, Darren Scannell. I would have been taken on Mr. Hussey, but didn't make the crew. So Neil Bolton with Charlie the Charger gets in as an alternate. He's having an absolute blast this weekend, as Neil got to meet a load of racers that he wouldn't normally know. Been chilling out in the pits with them and just having a real good time. Darren Scannell, though, with the Escort, went 9.45 in qualifying. This car absolutely flies. A 9.70, 122 there for Darren. And Neil goes 12.67. Bill McDermott, and where on earth is Mr. Skinner going? That was a bit wayward. Sort of did a pendulum swing there, and well, car's all right now. It's a little bit lively. But no damage, so gets a chance to line up Been consistently in the 9s. Go alongside Bill Madden. Number 2 qualified with an 8:48, but also went on a bit of a field trip as well this weekend. Nice wheels up launch there, and problems there. Mark pulls the car over to the right hand side. Bill McDermott 8:53, 163. Well, I'm not quite sure what happened there to Mark, but he's pulled the car over, and I wonder if that was a result of well, obviously the burnout went a little bit wrong, and then the car pulled left on the launch as well. So did the sensible thing, just pulled the car over to the left hand side. Right, so only got Arnie to go. Would have been alongside Den Reynolds, but unfortunately Den, his car is wounded, so it will be Arnie taking a solo. We've also got the Wild Bunch in the lanes coming up next, but that's after Arnie has put his run in. So just taking the Fiat back. They'll probably come back later on for some run with your brung action. They're more than entitled to. But as I say, that is as long as there's no issue with the car. So Arnie gets his chance then to book his spot in round number 2. Where he will be taking on Bill McDermott. Pairings then for round 2. Matt Southcott will be taking on Nick Garrett. Rob Moylan will be taking on Ryan Garrett. Bill and Arnie. Then Darren Scannell taking on Russ Pursley. Well, as I say, Arnie's about to put his spot. He's not officially there yet until he breaks the beams. But can't see a problem with that. That's a good looking run. Arnie qualified with an 8.99 and goes 8.80 on that one, 153. Just to make things a little bit tougher for Bill coming forward. Right, okay, so that is Street Eliminator done. We turn our attention over to the Wild Bunch. Right, so here we go with the Wild Bunch. Dan Wilson and Kyle Southworth. 9.10. Oh, 9.11 on a 9.10 target number there. But how about a 9.67 with a 4 and a 67? Absolutely, both bang on. Well done. Set your numbers, aim for them, and, well, very close. 1/100th off, and one hit it bang on. Nicely done. Next up then, Mick Sharp with Riding Dirty against Loz Butcher with the mean streak. Right, target numbers. Mick Sharp, 872. Wow, he can hit that. That would be awesome because his PB is 893. Los Butcher looking for 831. Has a best of 807. Sharp just went 866. Absolutely phenomenal run that. Best by a country mile. Fantastic run. Loz goes 835 on a 31. But well done Mick Sharp. 866, 147. Next up, Marie Mills, Rob White. Marie wants 1042, Rob White 1119. So the Happy Days slingshot in the Slick Tricks lane, and it is the little T altered in the Kestrel lane. Looking runs a pair there. So Marie 1054, Rob goes 1137. Alan Schofield with the skull altered, and that is a crewman. Dave Schumark. Now then, what's his target number? 960. Went 967 as his PB, but they improved on that to a 949 over the course of the event. So congrats on going sub 9.5. To the top end, 965, 922. Good run for both of them. So Dave Schumark only 500ths off dial. Alan Schofield only 400ths off dialing. And actually as a race, there was only 003 between them at the top end. Andy Roy with the Shaw Crank Redemption, looking for a 961 alongside Joey Childs, the fortunate son, the little Topolino. 1063 target number for him. Joey supported by Boxo UK, tool supplier, and they are co-sponsors of the event this weekend. A special thank you to them. Always good to have a little bit of sponsorship. Also co-sponsored event with the Field of Dreams CL Caravan site over in Suffolk. Thank you to them. So Andy Roy 961, Joey 1063. $10.62 with a 3, $9.63 with a 0. Joey Childs closer of the two, even though he just went fractionally under. But again, good passes from them. Phil James down there with the Rampage funny car. Number for Phil is 943. That's a good looking run. And it is indeed 943 with a 2 on a 943. Brilliant job there from Phil. Right, next round should be Tom Bushby with the Black Pig 2. Wild Bunch debutant this weekend. We know the car. But always good to have new drivers coming through. Beautiful looking car, this. And certainly got the burnout sorted out. So Tom bringing the car up to the line there. Let's say Wild Bunch debutant this weekend. Oh, that's a shame. It sounded like missed the shift there actually. But a very confident launch. 05 light as well, 122 to 60 foot. Coasting at the top end there, 1323 at 56. But a very nice launch and getting the job done there. Well done. All right, you got Nostalgia Eliminator making their way down. Also got... let's try and have a look, see who's in the lanes down there. I can see Adrian Portelli. I can also see Vic Parsons is down there. Yeah, a good mix of vehicles. So they are not far away. Right, first pair, Neil Allude, Adrian Portelli then, Nostalgia Eliminator, eliminations round number 1. It's a dialing class. So 10.07 for the Dodge Polara, and Neil Alute looking for 11.84. So Neil sets off. There goes Adrian in pursuit. So a win there for Adrian Portelli. Neil decided to pick that moment to break out. Went 11.76 at 107. One of his quickest runs of the weekend. Got there first, but went too quick. So Adrian Portelli into round number 2. Next up is your number 1 qualifier, Vic Parsons. 9.62 with a 0 was his number in qualifying. Dials 9.65 here, going alongside Cliff Turner. 8.60 dial in, pretty much what he ran in qualifying. The new engine for Vic this weekend, working very, very well for him. Basically, Dan has built an engine which is around about 50 horsepower more than his old one. So he's a very happy camper indeed. Well, Cliff Turner goes red by a bunch. So Vic Parsons takes the win. Let's see how he gets on with that 9.65. Goes 9.68. Dave Shelley with Mr. Mouse. Going alongside Ryan Garrett. Right, a 10.20 darling for Ryan. What is he doing? Well, we do know that Ryan is trying to set the car up for the main event. And a win for Dave Shelley. 10.23 on a 10.20 there for Ryan, but Dave Shelley into round number 2. Right, your last pair then. Laurie Bamford and Nick Garrett. Well, 2 fabulous Chevys. Something about the Chevy Nova. They're just awesome cars, really are. You can do so much to them. You can have them as proper street muscle cars. You can turn to full-blown race cars, as with most of them. But there's something about the Nova that really works. And these two are a perfect case in question. So the dial-ins then. 9.97 for Laurie, 8.97 for Nick, exactly a second between them. So Laurie goes red, so handing the win there to Nick. But let's see the numbers anyway. 10.02 to an 8.5. Nick going through into round number 2. Well, you've got Supercharged Outlaws and also Nostalgia Cannonball. Just a quick reminder, actually, folks, just keeping my eyes peeled. Ian Blackett looks like he's heading back to the studio, actually. Or he's getting some shade. But either way, Blackett Photography Studios are open. Anybody who wants to get images of their cars going down the track, or in fact, if you're just a fan and want to get images of any car going down the track, you can easily pop round to the studios there, just next to the pairing lanes. And you have various packages available, be it digital or printed media. And Ian is just heading around to drop off his latest memory sticks so that Paula can upload the images from this morning. So if you want to pop round there, says their studio right next door to the pedestrian crossing by the pairing lane. So Ian takes this moment because you can see the Bluebird is out there, so you get, right, I can get round there. So he gets all the latest images. So please pop round and see them. They support the track and have done for 20 years or so. So make sure you can get your on-track images. And also, Ian does wander around the site as well, captures images from elsewhere as well. Right, okay, so the Bluebird is out there at the moment. As I say, I've got Supercharged Outlaws and I've also got Nostalgia Cannonball coming up. So don't go anywhere, going to get very loud, very exciting. And then to follow Nostalgia Cannonball, we will have Nostalgia Superstock round 1 eliminations coming as well. So it's all going to get quite loud, quite entertaining, and quite tense here at the Mopars. Okay, engines fired around the corner then. And it's Kane Bodiam with the Mustang. Now, it really has been an attritional weekend for the Supercharged Outlaws. Jim Tucker was absolutely hauling this weekend, but we had word after yesterday's 7-second exploits that he's actually holed the block. So unfortunately he is out for the rest of the weekend, and hopefully that's not a season ending. But to have a hole in the block is not good news at all. So we are down to just Kane now in Supercharged Outlaws. Hopefully we'll get Leo Knight to get a chance to get some more runs in. And we'll see if he can put in a pass later on. But I can't see him in the lanes at the moment. So, Kane, mind you, he's having an awesome weekend as well. A best of 888. Absolutely awesome weekend for Kane. First time in the 8s, and yeah, he didn't just open the door and have a little peek, he barged in. Good looking run once again. 890 and 150 mile an hour pass there. Nicely done. And just coasting down the shutdown area, reaches the end, turns the corner and clears the top end. Right, here we go then. It is the Nostalgia Cannonball third and final qualifying session. Robbie Grabham with Freddy's Revenge. Now then, he went 6.974 yesterday. Their PB is 6.971. They were oh so happy, almost a PB. So they put a couple more degrees in the mag, left the fuel settings as they were. Let's see what it will do. Going alongside Dougie Hill with the Motor Mouse, the little slingshot. So this is, I say, the last qualifying shot for these cars. Now don't forget, all of their three qualifiers are added together, and the top two overall race off in the final. I'll keep you updated on that, because there's some very close numbers in the class this weekend. Okay, so they're ready to go, so bring the cars forward then. They got the slingshot and the altered. Rob Grabham, Dougie Hill. Two of the young guns, to be fair, in the class. Great looking run side by side, 705 and 732. Robbie Grabham gets there first, 196 mile an hour, 732, 194 for Dougie Hill. Just 0.5 of a second between them at the stripe. But mind you, Dougie did pull a cherry on the tree, but it doesn't matter. Right, we got the little car in the lanes. Of course, that is the Daimler-powered dragster Robin Reed. You've also got Andy Flav down there with the Steel River Hot Rod, and you've also got the firecracker of Adam Clayton. And also Ricky Gowan is down there as well with the Cannonball car. And let's not forget Mark Luton with the Chariots of Fire slingshot. So plenty of cars to come around the corner. Going to be quite entertaining, and see how this pans out. We've got some gorgeous trophies to award for the Nostalgia Cannonball. We got those up in the tower, and obviously we'll do those presentations this afternoon after the final of the Nostalgia Cannonball. What we'll do is take them down on the start line and do the presentation down there this afternoon. But before we do that, we've got to get the qualifying done. And we're just waiting to see who will be firing up next. So there goes Robbie Grabham's team to go and collect Robbie from the top end. Great weekend. Very consistent passes indeed. And say almost a new PB this weekend, but they're in the sixes again, which is really good news. 6.97 with a 4. Their best this weekend. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be Andy Flav. And also walking around the corner, I'm hoping it's going to be Mark Luton as the tow vehicle, for Mark moves out of the way. So it is indeed Andy Flav with the Mustang. And here comes Mark Luton, the latest member of the 200 mile an hour club. Achieved that yesterday. So Mark Luton qualified with a his best at the moment, 6.85. They don't qualify, it's a cannonball. But 6.85 with a 5. So Mark Luton then, let's see. And actually, in fact, Roy Wilding's best in the car, and the car's PB is 6.84. So Mark knocking on the door of that this weekend. I wonder if he'll do it. Mark Flav, best so far of his 7.01. Car has been in the sixes. Be nice to get it back there now. .90, 198 there for Mark Luton, but oh, what a great shame. Flav went before the tree ran, so he got no time or speed. It's just that fraction too soon. But props to Mark Luton. What a light as well, 004 on the reaction time. But what a great shame, because that was a great looking pass for young Flav, but went before the tree ran, so no time or speed. Okay, next up, let's have a look in the lanes. I think it is going to be the little car of Adam Clayton round the corner. And then we've got Ricky Gowan down there, of course, with the funny car. And I have Nostalgia Superstock making their way down for round 1. Eliminations for them. So I'll give you a time check then, 11:45 as we approach midday here at Mopar's day 3 of 3. Quiet morning, but beautiful weather out there once again. And typically it's going to be another heat wave this week. I think I'm saying this is 5th heat wave coming up this summer. Absolutely bonkers. Temperatures over 30 degrees again in the midweek. Could not be funny. Don't mind it during the week, but we could really do with some rain. All the fields that are normally lush green have become a little bit suntanned, shall we say, gone brown. They'll recover, they always do, but it's going to take a while. And I think you'll see an early autumn this year because the trees might be a bit starved of nutrients in the ground because of this weather, so might see an early autumn with the leaves dropping early. But what do I know? I'm no scientist or botanist. I'm just waffling. So teams waiting patiently in the pairing lanes. Just a reminder, actually, I did have a couple of people ask me yesterday, but if anybody was after the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame T-shirts, I do have them up in the tower with me. So if you want to pop up and see me, please do. And if anybody else would like one, they're £25 each. You also get a 20th anniversary sticker to go with it as well. And I've got sizes small to 2XL available. So, as I say, do have the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame 20th anniversary T-shirts available in the tower. They were only available at Dragstalgia, but did have a few left over, so we've got them available here at the Mopars, and then from tomorrow onwards, we'll be posting a few out to people as well. So we have the capabilities to do that for you. So just waiting for the next part of it. And there we go, engines fire in the background. And I hear two engines. So Robin Reid with the Daimler-powered dragster, the little car they affectionately call it. Phenomenal weekend so far for Robin with this car. Going alongside Adam Clayton with the Firecracker, the fuel altered. So you've got two nitro machines here. So Robin Reid at the moment, a best of 684 this weekend, but don't forget this is Cannonball. Adam Clayton, 641, but he's only got down, you know, on a full bore run once really. The second run was way off pace. So, it'll be really good to see how these two get on. And this is what fuel teams get up to. When I say fuel teams that run fuel funny cars and top fuel tracks, it's what they get up to on a weekend off. Can't stay away from the track. And they say, oh no, we'll run Adam Clayton this weekend. So you've got Michael McDonald down there, who normally crews on the Showtime car. You've got a crew member from Kevin Chapman's team as well. A real good mix. Also, let's mention Triple R Racing. I keep saying it, but it's rightfully deserved that the whole team will be inducted into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame in November this year. What they've done for drag racing over the years is the stuff of the legends. It really is. So the last qualifying passes for the Nostalgia Cannonball. Adam Clayton with the Firecracker altered. Robin Reid with the Daimler Dragster, the little car you can see side by side. Oh, Adam all over the place. This is all Robin Reid. 675. What a run there. That was a 10th quicker than he'd been all weekend long. Beautiful looking pass. 195 miles an hour. Adam Clayton, well, anything but straight there for Adam that time round. He's got the shoots out. He's still coasting towards the finish line, but my goodness me. That is a handful and a half, that car, but you just cannot deny that boy can drive. He has to have his wits about him. He really does. So, Robin Reid really stamps his authority on the Nostalgia Cannonball this weekend, and of course it will be the final runs coming up later on. So well done to Team Triple R. Awesome performance this weekend. Saved their best to last in their 3 qualifying shots there, a 6.75. Only 195 mile. I know they're gunning for the 200, but Robin got there too quick to build up any more speed. And to Adam Clayton's crew, we find we find fuel crews from all over the place, and some of them aren't over at TIAT this weekend. They're here, and a great job keeping Adam running, and so entertaining to watch. So as those 2 teams head up to the top end to collect their respective drivers, it's going to be Ricky Gowan with Cannibal. The car sounded so good on the burnout yesterday. And I'll tell you what, I think it's all starting to work quite well for Ricky. They did have some cylinder head and push rod damage, but all fixed. They missed yesterday's session by about 20 minutes, so they just want to make sure it's all good. And Ricky Gowan has asked me to say a big shout out and a thank you to Paul Stubbins and Wendy Baker for parts and help. So, massive thanks to them. So Paul Stubbins, Wendy Baker, they are fantastic people anyway, but to go step in and help Ricky with the Cannibal car, greatly appreciated, and Ricky just wanted me to pass on the thanks there. Consider that done, Ricky. So he's strapped in. The car is pretty much ready to fire up. Track crew just checking things over in Adam Clayton's lane, just in case anything got thrown out of the car on that wild pass. When I say thrown out, fluids or anything, because it wasn't exactly being calm out there. But I think they're pretty good to go. So the next car to fire up will be Ricky Gowan with the Cannibal funny car. Just brings back so many memories from funny car racing back in the day. Fair to say, Ricky does it on a very, very tight budget. Doesn't have a fancy rig or anything like that. Just a little trailer to bring the car to the track. Minimal amount of equipment. And I think I can actually see Leo Knight down there as well helping Ricky. Yes, indeed, it is Leo down there. Now, obviously, Leo's car is here, but he's only put in 1 run this weekend, so he's stepping into the breach to help Ricky as well. Okay, looks like they've just been given the thumbs up to go. So all the best to Ricky. As I say, the car, if it sounds as good as it did yesterday and you get a good strong burn, there's every chance that Ricky could get half a chance to get a decent run in here. Oh, and just looking down the back there, Jim Tucker heading home with a Hellfire Hemi. And what a shame. Engine damage has curtailed his weekend earlier than planned. But he is, although it's a broken car, it's a 7-second car now. So commiserations, but also congratulations at the same time to Jim Tucker. Also, Ricky did want me to say apologies to the track crew who've hit the timing blocks yesterday. You never have to apologise for that, Ricky. It's what happens. We have spares. But I will pass on your apologies. But honestly, mate, there's no need to. Sounding a lot better than it has done of late. So, methanol burning funny car, not nitro. Hence, that's why they're just spraying a little bit of de-icer into the bug cap to stop it getting too cold, as methanol does burn cold. So you're wondering what they spray into the injector out there. It's just antifreeze to stop the butterflies getting stuck. So here we go then, Ricky Gowan. Went 9.97 yesterday. Nice and straight, Ricky. Nice and straight. That is looking good. Goes 9.53. It's getting quicker. Little steps, Ricky, little steps, and they all start to work out quite well. So 9.53, 128 there for Ricky. And I'll tell you what, I think he's going to have a little grin on his face as it's all starting to work well. There's no point in trying to be a hero straight away, as I say, with such a tight budget. And yet he's out there and he's coming along to the meetings, he's trying all the time, and I've got a huge amount of respect for what Ricky is attempting to do with that car. Turns the corner at the top end nice and safely, so head back to the pits, and you never know, might get a chance to get another run in later on today. Right, let's look in the pairing lanes, and those of you on the live stream, all you can see are American muscle cars. It's chock-a-block down there as we are getting ready for round number 1, eliminations for, Nostalgia Superstock. Just a little bit of track prep before we do. There will be a pause in proceedings for a moment. Be back with you soon. But as I say, it's going to be frantic, it's going to be exciting, it's going to be tight. It's going to be round 1 eliminations, Nostalgia Superstock coming up next. So the bump at the moment is 048. And 11.96 doesn't get him in the show either. Jake Cawthorne goes 10.51. Carl Kenyon with a Twisted Lemon. Actually got a birthday cake last night at the Nostalgia Superstock barbecue. And once again, thanks to everybody involved with the food last night. Of course, Kiwi, Adrian Portelli, Zoe, everybody that was involved with the barbecue last night, thank you ever so much indeed. Neve was in there supplying food, so thank you ever so much indeed. I had my obligatory burger last night, very, very nice indeed. Thank you ever so much indeed to Nostalgia Superstock. So Lola Cavey, she is, where is she? She's number 4 at the moment. Carl Kenyon is number 12. Lola goes 66, no help for her. Carl Kenyon, 12.75. Yeah, he's only 500s off, but again, he's safely qualified. Jim Smith, he's number 15. Rob Cawthorne, 19. They are both A-OK. It's basically ensuring that you get into the show. That's the most important thing at the moment. You worry about eliminations later on. So Jim, 11.20, what's he got for us? 11.28. Rob, 12.28 is the target, goes 12.33. Old Scalabolts, Phil Hobson, alongside Andy Bosworth, one of our chefs last night. Forgot to mention Andy, apologies for that, mate. But thank you very much indeed. Bob's going to get there first with 62, no help. 12:39.41. Phil Hobson already number 6, so he's only 200ths off. But actually made no difference at all. Richard Granger, number 25. Connor Hall is number 5. Connor was your early number 1. Just slipped back a little bit, but it is so brutal. I mean, if you look at the top of the shop in this class at the moment, the top 10 are all dialing. Connor, 1080. Richard, 1132. No help for those two. He's going to make some movers and shakers. Stumble at the first block. Just have to see how this one goes. Nostalgia Superstock Eliminations round number 1. Your first pair. Rolling forward. Dave Simcock and Paul Singer. 12:30 for Paul, 10:26 for Dave. Obviously, Nostalgia Superstock is a dialing class. $32 car ladder. So Dave doing the chase in here. Paul out in front, but here comes Dave. He draws alongside and takes the win there. 10:28 on a 26 to a lose out. Bang on, 12:30. A whole shot win there. But Dave into round number 2. Right, next up then, Chris Shell gets in as an alternate. So who hasn't made it? Gary Semper. Oh, what a shame for Gary. So it's going to be Jack Bishop taking on Chris Shell. Right, 982 plays 10:08. Well, it is a case of sort this one out at the top end. Very close. Jack's got his nose in front, but breaks out. He goes too quick by 100th. Chris Shell takes the win. Well, Jack got there first by 0.6. Slight reaction time advantage for Chris, but when you break out, you go too quick. Right, Phil Hobson, Rick Denny. 12:43 plays 11:29. Both the pre-stage, nobody flinching at the moment. Bit of a burn down here. There we go, Rick goes in, as does Phil. And the win light goes. Oh, Rick Denny. Oh, Scalabolt's got there first. But Rick Denny, 11:31 on a 29, takes it. A breakout, unfortunately, for Phil. All right, Paul Fleckney taking on number 2 qualifier Jason Stegel. Jason going first, 11:81. Paul is the one doing the chasing here, 10:37. Oh, Jason out front, but here comes Paul on the chase. This is going to be quite close at the stripe. Jason still out front, gets there too quick, breaks out. Oh, 10:44, Paul Fleckney into round number 2. Big breakout there for Jason. Neil Francis with the Rust Bucket taking on Jake Cawthorne. The all-important dial-ins then. 10.71 for Neil. Jake looking for 10.52. Both away well. Close at the stripe. The win goes to Jake Cawthorne. 10.53 on a 52. Neil got there first, but broke out. Went a little bit too quick there. 69 on the 71. So it's Jake into round number 2. Right, your number 1 qualifier then. John Wilson with Dirty Barry. Dials 1121. That's what he qualified with as well. Taking on Ty Strevitt with the Red Mist Dodge Dart. So there's only 0.04 of a second difference on the dial-ins between these two. 11.21 for John, 11.25 for Ty. Ty with his nose out in front, and Ty takes it, 32. Well, they both ran 11.32 actually, but Ty Strevitt got there first and takes the round win. Number 1 qualifier gone. Also, number 2 qualifiers fallen as well. Right, Nick Martin with the Downtown Duster, 11.28, taking on Richard Granger. 10.99 dial-in for him. Richard goes red by 0.9, so Nick Martin gets the automatic win. Let's see the numbers anyway. 11.31 and 11.12. Right, next up then, you got Carl Kenyon, the Twisted Lemon, taking on Royden Mitchell. So the dial-ins then, 12.72 for Carl, will be going first. 10.48 for Royden. He's the one. He's going to be following Carl and try and close it down and get past before the stripe. Well, 12.74, Carl takes the win, but having said that, Royden left before the tree activated, so Carl Kenyon into round number 2. John Pratt, Lola KV. 11.60 dial-in for Lola, we're going first. John will be doing the chasing with an 11 flat. Oh, Lola goes red. Well, they both went red actually, but Lola went red first. So John Pratt into round number 2. So John gets in as an alternate in the place of Rob Cawthorne and takes out the number 4 qualifier. So 2 alternates in, and they've both marched on to round number 2. Right. Was taking on Gary Lake, Andy Bossenworth with Spirit of 66 Coronet, 10.58 dial-in, and the Roulette Vet of Gary Lake, 12.65 for him. Sets off. There goes Boz. Tight at the top end. Oh, breakout there for Andy Bosworth. Got there first, but 49 on a 58. A breakout also for Gary, but he only broke out by 200ths. So Gary Lake into round number 2. Jim Smith, Beavis Allen, 10.25 plays 11.82. So the big Impala will be going first. And it's still another one. It's a big Dodge. Going to be doing the chasing here. Oh, Beavis goes red, so Jim Smith gets the automatic win. Jim goes 10.35, Beavis 12.01, didn't make any difference though, Beavis already got red. Jim went red as well, but Beavis did it first. Right, next up then, Duncan Cannibal Watts, going alongside Rebecca Elliott. So Duncan looking for 10 flat, did have issues earlier on, hopefully they managed to get it sorted. Had a couple of hours to do so. Rebecca looking for 11.45, qualified in the number 16 spot. Duncan, number 32. Okay, so win there for Duncan Watts, takes it by 0.3, goes a 10.17 against a loser out 11.55. So Duncan Watts into round number 2. Paul Schmale going to be taking on Connor Hall. So the Thirsty Work taking on the Barracuda. Oh, Connor goes red. Only by 0.3, but a red is a red, so Paul Smale takes the win. Goes 10.08 on the 10.04. Connor realised that he'd gone red, backed out of that run. So all of the higher qualified cars are stumbling. Let's see how Chris Goodale gets on. He's number 3 qualifier. But number 1 is out, number 2 is out, number 4 is out, number 5 qualifier is out. Just looking to see who qualified number 6. But yeah, all the top half of the field in qualifying seems to be stumbling very early. Yeah, number 6 has gone. Number 7 qualifier went. And number 8 qualifier went. I mean, in the top 8, Chris Goodale is the only one left. Let's have a look then. 11.65 for Hannah. Oh, Hannah goes red. So Chris Goodale gets the win. Hannah goes 66 on a 65. Breakout for Chris. Doesn't matter. He'd already got the race win. And in the top 8, unbelievably, Chris is the only one that has gone through. Next pair, Dave Billadew, Glyn Boardman. Glyn 10.04 with the Oldsmobile. Dave with the Duster 9.74. A green light drag race, finally. Well, Dave pulled alongside. Oh, it's tough at the top, and Dave Billadew takes it 9.88 to a 10.18. Win margin 0.11. Okay, last pair. Jacqueline Bartlett taking on James Ellis. Just let everybody know the lanes are now open for Run What You Brung. So if you wanted to go into Run What You Brung, the lanes are now open. Come on down. Well, they have been open for a little while, but as I say, come on down. So last pair then, round one. James Ellis dials 1094. Jacqueline dials 1070. Oh, Chevy matchup. Both away well. Pretty even, to be honest. Oh, a little bit of whomping at the top end, and it is James Ellis that takes that 1099 to a lose out 1074. Win margin 0-1-0 at the top end. Very tight race indeed. All right, Glenda Thompson, an alternate waiting patiently in the lanes, didn't get a shot unfortunately, so she's going to just run the car A to B. The reason that Glenda has been racing so hard this weekend instead of Kiwi is that they're getting the car sorted for next season because the ET requirement drops, so they want to make sure they can run the numbers, and that's been achieved this weekend, so well done to Team Thompson for achieving that this weekend. Glenda goes through with a 13.55. That'll do. It's a breakout, it doesn't matter. But good to see Kiwi and the whole team this weekend. And as I say, thanks ever so much indeed for everybody from Nostalgia Superstock for the fabulous barbecue last night. And a very good social get-together indeed. Right, matchups round number two. Let's see them to you. Ty Strevitt's going to be taking on Gary Lake. Paul Smale taking on James Ellis. Chris Goodale has got Dave Simcock. Chris Shell, an alternate, got in, taking on Jim Smith. Paul Fleckney has got Nick Martin. Rick Denny has got Dave Billadu. John Pratt came in as an alternate as well, taking on Carl Kenyon. And Jake taking on Duncan Watts. So Jake Hawthorne and Duncan Watts in the final pairing there. Best of luck to everybody in round two in Nostalgia Superstock, as we got the NASCAR trucks here and the NASCAR cars. Let's not forget them as well. So, a bit of entertainment, 11.92. That's very tidy. That's the quickest run from the NASCARs this weekend. As I say, they're not designed for quarter mile use. They obviously designed for racetrack, totally different setup. But they've been on display this weekend, and basically, thank you ever so much indeed to all of them for coming along. Just added another ingredient to the show. Also, a special shout out to everybody that joined us from the NSRA meet over at Old Warden as a stop off on their cruise yesterday, and it was great to have them here. It really was. So the NASCAR's continuing. 14.52 there. So the next pair coming through. You got the Camaro and the Mustang. In fact, the last pair. Yeah, even here we have got Ford and Chevy matchups. In fact, just thinking about it, we've got Carfest coming up August Bank Holiday, and NASCAR is going to be a part of that as well. Though we've got a big drag racing display, NASCARs will be there as well. And so look forward to seeing them there on a circuit. So 13.33, 14.35 for those two. Right, our two 100Es, our remaining 100Es. Unfortunately, Steve Watson, I think, is out for the weekend now. So Paul Lawn with the Out on Bow car, and Phoebe Davison. So 10.99 target number then for Phoebe, 9.75 target number for Paul Lawn. 100 E's. Fair to say two of the toughest in the class at the moment. Oh, 971 and 11 dead. I mean, 11 dead, all the zeros, it really was. Right, into Run What You've Run then. Shane Sturman and this Penelope Pit Stop, 1940. Ford Coupe. Best of 10.70 this weekend. Shane having plenty of track time this weekend as well. $10.80 and $13.84. So, Kev Preston with the Austin pickup. Bentley with the Mustang. Oh, nice little way pull. That launched hard. Kev was taking the scenic route along the wall there. Yeah, 10.18, 133, 9.53 there, 144 for Kev. I'll say pairing lanes are open for Run What You Brung. Going to be open for about half an hour as we build up to a 5 to 1 when the jet dragster of Julian Webb, the Spider-Man jet, will be coming down for a run. And there will be a lunch break at 1 o'clock. After that, when we come back, it will be round 2 for Nostalgia Superstock, Supercharged Outlaws, then Gasser Circus, Street Eliminator, Nostalgia Eliminator, Wild Bunch, etc., etc. Aiming to finish around about 5 o'clock today, or it's near to. Got the final pairings for the Nostalgia Cannonball, and well, the final is between Mark Luton and Robin Reed. So really do look forward to seeing that later on. Alright, Kev Baker with the Naughty 40. Going alongside. I'll tell you what, Laura's had an amazing time with the Crossfire Camaro. She's been messaging me. She's telling me she's faster than me now, as well as quicker. Yeah, I know. So 11.18, 10.22. That's another PB. Congratulations. It's only by 100th, but it doesn't matter. It's another PB. 10.22. Also faster. 132.87. Getting it done. To Outlaw Outcasts, and once again Alan Bartlett. lines up against Mr. Limbrick. So James in the Slick Tricks lane, Alan in the Kestrel lane. So 13.16 and 13.22. Phil Balls, oh, nice belch of flame from the side pipe there. With the Triggers Broom Willis. Looking for a 10.2. .16, nice run there, Phil. So the Rambling Man. At 40, 117. Quickest run of the day. All right, urgent call out, please. Anybody got a TIG or MIG welder, please? We need one for the Chariots of Fire team for the Nostalgia final. Oh, my word. So Mark Luton and the team, desperate for a MIG or TIG welder. Without that and get a welding done, they might not make the final of the Nostalgia Cannibal. So if anybody can help them out, that would be greatly appreciated. Shane Sturman. Back round again. Ah, 13.79 at 98. So Kev Baker with the naughty 40, and once again the Penelope pit stop. Ford Coupe, Pro Street style from 1940. 1086 and 1130 this time round. I've got the one of our police cars been on display all weekend long. That's a 1474 at 95. All right, Alan Bartlett and James Limbrick once again. Part of the Outlaw Outcasts. So 12.99, quickest of the weekend. Nicely done there, and into the 12s against a 13.13 there. Right, Phil Malls, Carly Baker. So you got about 20 minutes of runway run before we go jet car with the Spider-Man jet. Jenny Webb bringing that car down for a run, which will take us into the lunch break. .63 and 11.70. Record for one there, nicely done. Ramblin' Man, the Dodge. Oh, what a shame being pushed back though. Oh, 14.75 at 101. But pairing lanes are pretty much empty at the moment. So if anybody wants to come down, come and join us. But at the moment, we'll just bring the tunes up for a minute. And we've got a jet car coming down in about 15 minutes. Okay, so things are starting to up a little bit. Carly is just getting lap after lap after lap with the Moggy. There are other cars here, but Carly's the only one that's putting runs in at the moment. And I think going for the record amount of runs you can get in an hour. Doing a good job. Also, we've got the police cars have made their way into the pairing lanes. They'll be coming out to do a parade soon. And also Julian Webb with the Spider-Man jet is down there. And also Jacqueline Bartlett just getting suited up down there for a run in the Nostalgia Superstock Camaro. But that will take us into an official lunch break at 1 o'clock. So I'll give you a time check now. It is it's approaching 10 to 1. Glorious day here at the Mopar's day 3 of 3. A little bit quiet on Run With Your Brung today. But everybody's still having a good time. That's an 11.95 at 117. Nicely into the 11s now. Laurie Bamford has also made it into the lanes. I wonder if actually, looking at that, because that's two, in effect, Williams Brothers cars. I don't know if Laurie and Jacqueline can have a little match up. We'll see. But obviously, Jacqueline normally races in Super Pro, but having a whale of a time with this Camaro at the moment. Normally driven by Lara. But Jacqueline having a real good time with the car. And of course, Laurie Bamford. Well, what hasn't Laurie done in this sport? He's had this car for years. He builds transmissions. He's part of the Williams Brothers team. He built my transmission in my car. What a super job he's done on that. And of course, Laurie used to crew in Top Fuel with Runa. And fair to say, pretty good racer as well. Last year, entered into the Door Slammers and took the event win on the Sunday last year. Got some loiterers there. Martin Hill, very good day to you, sir. Can see you chilling out up there. No, I'm over here, mate, in the tower. He's looking the wrong way. So a busman's holiday there for Martin. Getting it done. Oh, good news there for Mark Luton. They're getting their, I'm not going to say pipes of peace, because the pipes of noise, they're getting themselves welded up, so they will be good for the final. Thank goodness for that. So the call was put out, and they are now getting welded and repaired. Good news. Right, so coming around the corner then, Jacqueline Bartlett with the Dino Dan Camaro. Unfortunately, her got eliminated in round 1 Nostalgia Superstock, but it's not stopping her coming down and putting a run or two. I reckon Keith should have a go in this car, actually. It's part of his stable, so why not give it a go? Now then, I'm hoping Laurie is going to come round. Yeah, here he comes. So it will be side by side. I was hoping this was going to happen, and it is. So Laurie Bamford coming around with his car as well. So an all Williams Brothers matchup. So a bit of a fun match-up between these two. Problems for Laurie off the line. Now then, let's see how Jacqueline gets on. She had an 04 light as well. Cracking job. 1073 on a 1070. 04 off the line. And nicely done. Not quite sure what happened to Laurie on the launch there, but just didn't get anywhere. Right, okay, the police car visitors that we've had been with us all weekend long, going to put on a parade as they go down the track. And then, of course, it will be Julian with the Spider-Man jet. He'll be putting a run in that will take us into the lunch break. Well, one of our own quad has joined the convoy as well, because he was feeling a bit left out. So once this parade clears the top end, it will be the Spider-Man jet of Julian Webb. So very good afternoon to Martin and Donna up there. How are we doing? Good to see you. Chill out zone, eh? So don't forget, Julian does take us into our official lunch break, so it'll be half an hour. And when we come back from that, it will be continuum of eliminations with Nostalgia Superstock, Supercharged Outlaws, Gasser Circus, Street Eliminator, Nostalgia Eliminator, and the Wild Bunch. And then after that, it will take us to more Run What You Brung. So our police car parade just taking the scrutineering exit at the top end, and once they clear, it'll be time for Julian and the Spider-Man jet. Well, at a cracking run of a 579 at 274 miles an hour over the course of the event. And there he is. Those of you tuned into the live stream can just see Julian strapped in, waiting to be waiting for the start signal. Oh, just a reminder as we go into the lunch break, if anybody wanted the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame t-shirts, I have them with me in the tower, so please come up and see me. And I know there's a couple of people that were after them yesterday, so we can get those sorted out for you. And I will be posting them next week as well, so I know a few people have asked. So the top end clears. So the next entertainment then, it will be Julian with the Spider-Man jet. So the pops and bangs get louder as Martin observes from the balcony. Of course, he's keeping an eye on what Julian's up to with the Spider-Man jet. This is what it looks like from the outside, Martin. Anyway, here we go. A Spider-Man jet. Julian Webb. Are we going to see another 5? Good looking run indeed. 588, 270 mile an hour pass there for Julian. And Julian turns the corner at the top end. Nicely done. Okay, folks, that takes us into the lunch break, folks. We will be back in half an hour. So please go and get yourselves fed and watered. And when we come back, it's going to be a continuation of eliminations, kicking things off with Nostalgia Superstock. So the bump at the moment is 048. And 1196 doesn't get him in the show either. Jumper. Russ Pursley lifts the front wheels beautifully. Russ goes, let's have a look at that, 891, 998 for Nigel Hale, gets into the nines. Very nicely done indeed, Nigel, well done. Perfect conditions for him. He loses, but it doesn't matter, he's in the nines. Next up then is Paul taking on Ryan. So, Paul Bentley with the Mustang. Ryan Garrett with the Valiant. Let's see. Heads up, no darlings. Oh, what a launch for Ryan. Well, no prisoners there for Ryan whatsoever. 893, 148 to a 997. Your next pair. Rob Moylan and Nick Smith. Again, Rob having an absolute blast this weekend. 9.04 in qualifying. Nick Smith went 11.53, but really enjoying his time in Street Eliminator tryouts. Good looking run for Rob, goes 8.99. Very nicely done indeed, into the 8s for the first time this weekend. Okay, your next pair. Nick Garrett taking on Chris Skinner. Nick qualified with an 8.95, Chris with a 10.06. It'd be nice to get Chris into the 9s today. I mean, he has been there before. It'd just be a fitting to get both of the Fiat 126s into the 9s. Well, Nick out in front, and Nick goes 8.97 for 10.28. So we've had 4 cars that have gone into round 2 at the moment. Nick Garrick went 8.97, Rob Moylan went 8.99, Ryan Garrett went 8.93, Russ Pursley went 8.91. This seems like the 8.90 Nationals, it really does. But I think that might change here a little bit, as you've got Matt Southcote down there with the Scampi, taking on Kev Preston. Kev qualified with a 9.48, but fair to say that the Plymouth Scamp 7.65. Well, we know it's a totally streetable car. That took part in Street Weekend last year, towing a trailer around the countryside, 400 odd miles. The only problem they had was overheating in the car. There's no windows. Super smooth run there, 8.08, 173. That's detuned a little bit there to a 12.19, 103. Right, Darren Scannell. I would have been taken on Mr. Hussey, but didn't make the crew. So Neil Bolton with Charlie the Charger gets in as an alternate. He's having an absolute blast this weekend, as Neil got to meet a load of racers that he wouldn't normally know. Been chilling out in the pits with them and just having a real good time. Darren Scannell though with the Escort went 9:45 in qualifying. This car absolutely flies. A 970, 122 there for Darren. And Neil goes 12:67. Bill McDermott, and where on earth is Mr. Skinner going? That was a bit wayward. Sort of did a pendulum swing there, and well, car's all right now. It's a little bit lively. But no damage, so gets a chance to line up, being consistently in the 9s. Go alongside Bill McDermott, number 2 qualified with an 8:48, but also went on a bit of a field trip as well this weekend. Nice wheels up launch there, and problems there. Mark pulls the car over to the right hand side. Bill McDermott 8:53, 163. Well, I'm not quite sure what happened there to Mark, but he's pulled the car over, and wonder if that was a result of well, obviously the burnout went a little bit wrong, and Alright, so here we go with the Wild Bunch. Dan Wilson and Kyle Southworth. 9:10. Oh, 9:11 on a 9:10 target number there. But how about a 9:67 with a 4 and a 67? Absolutely, both bang on. Well done. Set your numbers, aim for them, and, well, very close. 1/100th off, and one hit it bang on. Nicely done. Next up then, Mick Sharp with Riding Dirty against Loz Butcher with the Mean Streak. Right, target numbers. Mick Sharp, 872. Wow, he can hit that. That would be awesome, because his PB is 893. Loz Butcher looking for 831. Has a best of 807. Mick Sharp just went 866. Absolutely phenomenal run that. Best by a country mile. Fantastic run. Loz goes 835 on a 31. But well done, Mick Sharp. 866, 147. Next up, Marie Mills, Rob White. Marie wants 10:42, Rob White 11:19. So the Happy Days slingshot in the Slick Tricks lane, and it is the little T altered in the Kestrel lane. looking runs. A pair there. So Marie, 10.54. One goes 11.27. Alan Schofield with the skull altered. And that is a crewman. That's Dave Schumark. Now then, what's his target number? 960. Went 967 as his PB, but they improved on that to a 949 over the course of the event. So congrats on going sub 9.5. To the top end, 965, 922. Good run for both of them. So Dave Schumark only 500ths off dial. Alan Schofield only 400ths off dialing. And actually, as a race, there was only 003 between them at the top end. Andy Roy with the Shaw Crank Redemption, looking for a 961 alongside Joey Childs, the fortunate son, the little Topolino. 1063 target number for him. Joey supported by Boxo UK, a tool supplier, and they are co-sponsors of the event this weekend. A special thank you to them. Always good to have a little bit of sponsorship. Also co-sponsored event with the Field of Dreams CL Caravan site over in Suffolk. Thank you to them. So Andy Roy, 961. Joey, 1063. .1062 with a 3, 963 with a 0. Joey Childs closer of the two, even though he just went fractionally under. But again, good passes from them. Phil James down there with the Rampage funny car. Number for Phil is 943. That's a good looking run. And it is indeed 943 with a 2 on a 943. Brilliant job there from Phil. Right, next round. So Neil sets off. There goes Adrian in pursuit. So a win there for Adrian Portelli. Neil decided to pick that moment to break out. Went 11.76 at 107. One of his quickest runs of the weekend. Got there first, but went too quick. So Adrian Portelli into round number 2. Next up is your number 1 qualifier, Vic Parsons. 962 with a 0 was his number in qualifying. Dials 965 here, going alongside Cliff Turner. 860 dial in, pretty much what he ran in qualifying. The new engine for Vic this weekend, working very, very well for him. Basically, Dan has built an engine which is around about 50 horsepower more than his old one. So he's a very happy camper indeed. Well, Cliff Turner goes red by a bunch. So Vic Parsons takes the win. Let's see how he gets on with that 965. He goes 968. Dave Shelley with Mr. Mouse. Going alongside Ryan Garrett. Right, a 1020 darling for Ryan. What is he doing? Well, we do know that Ryan is trying to set the car up for the main event. And a win for Dave Shelley. 1023 on a 1020 there for Ryan, but Dave Shelley into round number 2. Right, your last pair then. Laurie Bamford and Nick Garrett. Well, 2 fabulous Chevys. Something about the Chevy Nova. They're just awesome cars, really are. You can do so much to them. You can have them as proper street muscle cars. You can turn to full-blown race cars, as with most of them. But there's something about the Nova that really works. And these two are perfect case in question. So the dial-ins then. 997 for Laurie, 897 for Nick, exactly a second between them. So Laurie goes red, so handing the win there to Nick. But let's see the numbers anyway. 10.02 to an 8.5. So Nick going through to round number 2. Well, you've got Supercharged Outlaws and also Nostalgia Cannonball. Just a quick reminder, actually, folks, just keeping my eyes peeled. Good looking run once again. 890 and 150 mile an hour pass there. Nicely done. Most numbers in the class this weekend. Okay, so they're ready to go. So bring the cars forward then. They got the Slingshot and the Altered. Rob Grabham, Dougie Hill. 2 of the young guns, to be fair, in the class. Great looking run side by side. 705 and 732 Robbie Grabham gets there first, 196 mile an hour, 732, 194 for Dougie Hill. $690, 198 there for Mark Luton, but so Dave doing the chasing here. Paul out in front, but here comes Dave. He draws alongside and takes the win there. 10.28 on a 20. Well, it is a case of sort this one out at the top end. Very close. Jack's got his nose in front, but breaks out. He goes too quick by 100th. Chris Shell takes the win. Well, Jack got there first by 0.6. Slight reaction time advantage for Chris, but when you break out, you go too quick. Right, Phil Hobson, Rick Denny. 12.43, plays 11.29. Both in pre-stage, nobody flinching at the moment. Bit of a burn down here. There we go, Rick goes in, as does Phil. And the win light goes. Oh, Rick Denny. Oh, Scalabolt's got there first. But Rick Denny, 11.31 on a 29, takes it. A breakout, unfortunately, for Phil. All right, Paul Fleckney taking on number 2 qualifier, Jason Stegel. Jason going first, 11.81. Paul is the one doing the chasing here, 10.37. Well, Jason out in front, but here comes Paul on the chase. This is going to be quite close at the stripe. Jason still out in front, gets there too quick, breaks out. Oh, 10.44, Paul Fleckney into round number 2. Both away well. Pretty even, to be honest. A little bit of whomping at the top end, and it is James Ellis that takes that 10.99 to a lose out, 10.74. Win margin 0.10 at the top end. Very tight race indeed. All right, Glenda Thompson, an alternate waiting patiently in the lanes, didn't get a shot unfortunately. So she's going to just run the car A to B. The reason that Glenda has been racing so hard this weekend instead of Kiwi is that they're getting the car sorted for next season because the ET requirement drops. So they want to make sure they can run the numbers, and that's been achieved this weekend. So well done to Team Thompson for achieving that this weekend. Glenda goes through with a 13.55. That'll do. It's a breakout, it doesn't matter. But good to see Kiwi and the whole team this weekend. Oh, 971 and 11 dead. I mean, 11 dead, all the zeros, it really was. approaching 10 to 1. Glorious day here at the Mopars, day 3 of 3. A little bit quiet on Run With Your Brung today, but everybody's still having a good time. That's an 11.95 at 117. Nicely into the 11s now. This is what it looks like from the outside, Martin. Anyway, here we go. A Spider-Man jet, Julian Webb. Are we going to see another 5? Very good looking run indeed. 588, 270 mile an hour pass there for Julian. There I was in the Perry lanes, just chatting, and all of a sudden engines fired up. Oh no, I've got to sprint it back to the tower. Welcome back. Oh, what a shame for Carl Kenyon, just been pushed out the gate, so going to be a solo for John Pratt. So dials 11 flat, goes 13.16, didn't matter, he was on a bye run. And John into round 3. Right, this is a pairing then. Paul Smale with the Thirsty Work Chevelle, 10.10. Against James Ellis, 10.99. Oh, Paul Smale goes red by 004. So James Ellis into round number 3. 10.07 breakout for Paul, 10.99 with a 3. Bang on for James Ellis. Way of getting it done. Right, next up, Paul Fleckney, Darling of 10.42, taking on Nick Martin with the Downtown Duster. Darling for him is 11.30. So Nick will be going first. Ball goes in, Nick goes in. Well, pretty even, so let's sort this one out at the top end then. Nick's got his nose in front, but it's Paul Fleckney that takes the win by 0-2 at the stripe, 47 on a 42. So Paul goes into round 3. Dave Bilodeau taking on Rick Denny. Rick 11.27, Dave at 9.74, so Dave's got to be a little bit patient on the start line here. Rick Denny with the Firebird. His side of the tree will drop first. Fleckney awaits the winner. And that's Rick Denny all the way, 003 light as well. Not a lot that Dave could have done about that one, but Rick on top form off the line there. All right, Jim Smith, 10.25. Big shout out to his buddy Rod in America. I know he's tuned in. I haven't given him a mention for a little while, but I did bump into Jim in the lanes. And we do know that Rod is tuned in stateside. So, very good afternoon from Santa Pod. And obviously a good morning to you, Rod, in the USA. So, Chris Shell, 10.09. Jim, 10.25. And Jim takes that 0-3 win margin at the stripe there, 10.34 to a 10.17. Duncan Watts, Jake Cawthorne up next. 10 flat plays 10.52, so Jake with the flag jumper. 0.52 difference on the tree. He will go first. Jake's still got his nose out in front and takes it 10.58 to lose out 10.11. So Jake Cawthorne will be taking on John Pratt, round 3. 2 pairs to go. Dave Simcock taking on Chris Goodale. Chatting to these two in the lanes just a moment ago. That's when the engine's fired up and a sprint back to the tower. Dave looking for 10.26. Chris wants 9.85. Oh, Dave rolled forwards and then broke the beams too soon. Cherry on the tree. So Chris Goodale takes the win. Goes 9.87 on an 85. All right, last player then. Gary Lake, Ty Strevitt. This will set our final 8. So Jake Cawthorne's going to be taking on John Pratt. Rick Denny has got Paul Fleckney. Jim Smith will be taking on Chris Goodale. And James Ellis will take on the winner of this pairing of Ty Strevitt and Gary Lake. So the roulette vet will go first, 12.64. Ty, 11.25. Going to be trying to hunt Gary down. Well, this one will be real close at the top end. And the win light goes. 12.67 on a 64. Gary Lake takes it by 0.4 of a second. Cracking lights from both of them. But it is Gary that marches on. On now to Gasser Circus, round number 2. Your first pair, Kate Booth taking on Nick Barnett. All important Darlings then. 10.82 for Nick, 10.60 for Kate. So pick your pop here. Barnett goes red by only 0-1. 008 Cherry also for Kate, but Nick did it first. So Kate Booth into the semi-finals. 10.79 and 10.59 both broke out, but the cherry on the tree told the story of the race. Sean Milsom taking on Chris Layram. The all-important dial-ins then. 10.25 for Chris, 10.05 for Sean. Just 0.2 of a second only, of course, with Chris going first. Both away well. And a 10.12 takes the win, so a 10 perfect, almost perfect run there for Chris, but a little bit late off the line, and a 003 light the right side there. So Sean Milsom in the semi-finals. Right, next up, Tom Margerson. He gets a bye here as neither Ray or Dave made their first round matchup, so there wasn't a winner to take on Tom here. So Tom gets a solo here. He's going to be facing Kate Booth in the semi-finals. That's a 10.75 on 77. Right, championship implications here with number one in the points out. This is a chance for Steve Matthews to really make hay while the sun shines brightly here at the pod. But a tough customer with Steph Milsom with the blunderbuss in the other lane. Steph dials in 11.33. Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin 9.66. The winner takes on Sean Milsom in the semis. And it is going to be Steve as Steph goes red by 002. Steve Matthews marches on. Oh, perfect ET again. Oh, I don't believe that. That's two in a row. Well, I can't believe that. Steve Matthews, two perfect ETs in succession. He did a perfect against Nick, and then he's done another one against Steph. He's wired into this racetrack this weekend. Time trial run for Nervous Nick and Adam Krasinski. Out of competition run this one. And 11.31, 10.50. Right, Brian Gibson with the Identity Crisis. Lost out to Kate Booth in round one, but sticking around for some extra track time. Target number 11.20 on that window. That was the dial in eliminations earlier on. Goes 11.14. So, semi-final set for Gasser Circus then. It's going to be Sean Milsom taking on Steve Matthews, and then it'll be Kate Booth taking on Tom Margerson. All right, just getting our next group ready to go, but because we got through those two classes ridiculously quickly, So tick that box, tick that box. We got Street Eliminator and Nostalgia Eliminator and Wild Bunch to come down. Also Supercharged Outlaws, but I know there's only just Kane left now. Possibly we might see one other, but we've just got to wait and see. I should say Leonite has only put one run in this weekend, which was late yesterday afternoon. Right, whilst we gather cars, just going to bring the tunes back up, but as soon as the cars come round again, we'll pick it back up in commentary.
Help me, I'm dug in so deep and I need to climb and show me another path I can walk around these clouds. Everybody comes to the edge sooner or later in life. Help me, I'm lost in doubt. Now I'm bringing light to the dark. Oh, I'm bringing light to the dark. I'm bringing light to the dark. An angel, angel, amid the religion I heard about. Angel, pulling me from the depths I be, and you are rising up, and now I'm shining like a diamond in the midnight sky. You are an angel. Love me whenever I lose sight of my light. Show me the biggest secrets we hold inside. Everybody's looking for the key to open up their life. You got me, and I got you. Now I'm bringing light to the dark. Oh, I'm bringing light to the dark. I'm bringing light to the dark. You're an angel. Angel. Amid the religion I heard about. Angel, pulling me from the depths I be, and ooh, I'm rising up, and now I'm shining like a diamond in the midnight sky. You are an angel.
Right, we continue in eliminations then with Street Eliminator tryouts. Right, first up then, Ryan Garrett. Sorry, Nick Garrett. Should have been alongside Matt Southcote, but hasn't made the call for this one. Nick just takes that one easy, 11.76 at 77 mile an hour. Well done, Nick. Right, Bill McDermott with the 69 Camaro Pro Charged. Going alongside Arnie Pammons. Now, fair to say Arnie's got one hand tied behind his back with this pairing because Bill is a little bit quicker. But having said that, Arnie went 880 in round one. Bill went 853. And Arnie is a phenomenal racer. But then so is Bill. Let's just see how this one works out. So you got the Javelin and the Camaro. this for a spot in the semi-finals. Oh, and Bill goes red, so it is Arnie that goes through. Arnie with an 8.86 gets the job done. Bill with an 0.3 red on the tree there. So, coming forward now, Ryan Garrett with the Valiant taking on Rob Moylan. Now then, interesting here, in the previous round, Rob Moylan went 8.99, Ryan Garrett went 8.93, so just 0.06 of a second between these two. Very, very close indeed. Between them off the line. Ryan just stretching his lead a little bit towards the top end, and he takes it 8.92 to 8.98. Good form from both of them this weekend, but Ryan actually with 600s off the line. Last pair, Darren Scannell taking on Russ Pursley. Our semi-final matchup with Arnie awaits the winner of this one. Oh, slight pause. The other semi-final, it's an all Garrett matchup between Nick and Ryan. Alright, we're just taking them out of the beams as such, so obviously something at the top end. Yeah, track crew's just taking a wander, making sure that we are all good at the top end. So yeah, just a pause in proceedings at the moment. Following this, we've got the Wild Bunch in the lanes. But before that, just need to run this pair through. Well, it seems to be quite a few people wandering around the top end now, actually, so not quite sure what has been deposited on the track, if anything, but they're making doubly sure at the top end. Now just double checking the racetrack itself, making sure. Well, we don't have the best track crew in the world for nothing here at the pod. They are absolute legends, each and every one of them. We just couldn't do it without them. Well, top end looks good, so basically just checking the actual racetrack now. In fact, I think we're pretty good as still some concerns. I think Chris is sprinting for the tractor, indeed he is. Right, so there will be a pause for a moment. We'll pick it back up as soon as we're good to go once again. So track is now good to go, and our last pairing of Darren Scannell and Russ Pursley. The winner will be taking on Arnie in the semi-finals. Well, better say Russ does have the performance advantage here, but Darren, very experienced racer. There's only about half a second between them. Maybe a 6/10. Well, Russ gets away very nicely indeed. And this is Russ all the way. Goes 8.95 to a 9.60. So that sets it up then. Russ and Arnie, one side of the ladder, and then the two Garrett boys, Nick and Ryan, for the other spot in the final. Right, on to the Wild Bunch. First up then, let's have a look. Get the PB list out as well. So it's something that I do like to keep an eye on. So, Dan Wilson with the antique. Got a shout out actually to James Wilson. A very good afternoon to you, buddy. He sent me a message. He's watching the live stream at home. James Wilson is Dan's brother. So a very good afternoon to you, James. Hope you're keeping well. And thanks for reaching out. Thanks for sending me the message. Just asked for a little shout out. Yeah, consider that one done, mate. So Dan, for 9.67. Lots at 8.31. 9.69 and 8.38. Down the closer of the two to the Darlings. So a pair of altereds for you then. You have the Scud altered of Alan Schofield, and then you've got the Big Bro altered of Kyle Southworth. For Alan. 9.10 Kyle. $9.27 and $9.21. The numbers of choice there. Well, we had two alters, now it's the time of the slingshots. Dave Schumark with the crewman, taking on Andy Roy with the Short Crank Redemption. And 961, literally a hundredth of a second difference on their numbers. And we got a 9:59 and 9:83. Dave Schumacher, how close do you want to get there? 9:59.79 on a 9:60 target number. Very nicely done indeed. 9:83 for Andy Roy. 137. And actually, both of them, 137 mile an hour. Actually, that was threatening Dave Schumacher's PB there on speed, by the way. But he's already set his new PB this weekend, 137.25. All right, next pair. Mick Sharp. Got the super crew with him this weekend in the shape of Lee out front and, of course, Herb at the back. And going alongside Rob White with Happy Days, the slingshot. Mick Sharp went 8.66 earlier on, 147 miles an hour, set a new PB. Really getting used to this car nicely. Well, I think Nick's overloaded on his Weetabix this morning. 8.50 at 148 mile an hour. Another PB. Storming run. Oh, I can't add anything else to that. What a run that one was. 8.50. 148. 11.45 at 104 there for Rob White with Happy Days. Next up then, Marie Mills with the 23 Ford Model T. The pairing lanes are open for Run With Your Brung once again. Come on down. And a 10.67, 122 there for Marie. All right, Tom coming around the corner with the Black Pig 2. All the best for Tom. It's a debut weekend for him with the slingshot. Very nice indeed. 905, 122 there. And he was coasting at the top end. Well done, Tom. Right, next up then, Joey Childs with The Fortunate Son going alongside Phil James with the Rampage Funny Car. So 10.63, the target number for Joey, 9.43 for Phil James. 10.69, 9.54. Nicely done. Right, Nostalgia Eliminator coming around the corner. This is semi-finals. Dave Shelley with Mr. Mouse taking on Nick Garrett. So the dial-ins then, 10.29 for Dave, 8.97 for Nick. Well, Nick closing in, and I think he's just going to ease past Dave here. And yeah, he takes that, a 908, 136 to a 1050 and 125. So that puts Nick into the final. Who's going to race? One of these tough competitors then. So the Plymouth Belvedere and the Dodge Polara. Almost identical cars at the end of the day. So Vic Parsons taking on Adrian Portelli, 968 place 1013. Adrian going first. This for a spot in the final. Vic got his nose out in front, takes it 974 to a lose out 10-12, sorry 10-17. So it is Vic Parsons going to be taking on Nick Garrett in the final of Nostalgia Eliminator. Right, into Run What You Brung now, Shane Sturman. And he got the Penelope pit stop Ford coupe down there. And we've also got our 100Es coming around the corner as well. So a great thing, run with run. Mixed bag, don't really know what you're going to get. Fair to say that these drivers had so much track time this weekend. Really made their investment into Run With Your Run worthwhile. We go. $10.88 and a $13.49. So 100Es, Phoebe Davison, Paul Lawn. 971 and 1099 on the dial-ins. So stagger on the tree, should even them out at the top end. And Paul takes that 79 on a 71 to 1103 on a 1099. And yeah, just 0-1-1 between them at the top end. Very close indeed. Neil Bolton down there going alongside this rather awesome looking pickup truck. Neil's had an absolute blast this weekend in the Street Eliminator tryouts. Now knows what it feels like to be a drag racer. He's done street weekend, he's done events like that, but to be involved in a class as well just makes it just a little bit different. And Neil has had an absolute blast this weekend and he's enjoyed it. He's got to meet people he doesn't normally meet. And he's had a great time. Not only that, Charlie the Charger's going well. 12.53, 110. Against a 16.99. Well, bearing in mind, pairing lanes are quite quiet at the moment. Not a huge amount of cars left to run and run with your brung. But there is the Mopar presentations coming up at 3 o'clock. So obviously there will be a scheduled afternoon tea break for that. We may just stand our crews down at the top end. In the meantime, we'll just see how things go. Nicely done, sir. Basically, the call out to literally anybody in the pits that has been eliminated from their respective class. The lanes are open for you as well. If you want to come down, put some runs in, you're more than welcome. So not only is your pairing lanes open for a run with your brung, any car that's been eliminated in the course of racing today, you are more than welcome to come down into the pairing lanes and put some test passes in, just like these two have. Beavis Allen and Dan Sanderson from the world of Nostalgia Superstock. They've come down to get suited and booted and put a run in. I'd say the call out goes to everybody. So there's a lot of Nostalgia Superstock cars in the pits, or that may still be there. Come down, have another go. So we'll let them get suited up and back within a moment. Okay, so a little bit of an update for you actually. Bearing in mind the heat of the day out there. Time now 2:20. What we're going to do is to run what you brung until 2:45 instead of 3 o'clock. Have a little bit of an extended break because it is so warm out there. It basically just gives our track crew a chance to cool down. So, and of course the turnaround times for our classes as well. So as I say, the tea break will be at 2:45 instead of 3 o'clock, and when we come back it will be the continuation eliminations with Nostalgia Superstock and of course the Cannibal Finals, etc. So Beavis Allen, Dan Sanderson out here for time trial runs for Nostalgia Superstock. So it's the Impala and the Mustang. Got a few of the Outlaw Outcasts appearing in the pairing lanes as these two make their way up Broadway. 1182 there for Dan, 1189 for Beavis. One of our patrol cars. Actually going to put a run in. Going alongside Mr. Sturman. Shane's had loads of runs tonight. Goes 13.57. Being chased by 14.56. Right, Outlaw Outcasts. Got Kev Baker. Going alongside Alan Barton. So the Naughty 40 reaches the top end with an 11.10 at 120. Alan goes 13.12 at 101. Blimey, 10.10 darling this time. What is she on? Certainly having some fun out there. And the Moggy. Now then, I've been informed by Barney that we have a camera inside the Moggy. And those of you tuned into the live stream are getting it. That's live inside the Moggy. Oh, unfortunately, the Crossfire Camaro is pushed back. So let's go back to the live stream from inside the Moggy. There we go. How cool is this? To have a live camera inside the car going down the quarter mile. Totally and utterly live. Carly with the Moggy. Dipped into the 11s earlier. There she goes. Nicely on the way there. Great view from inside the car as it goes down the track. Goes across the line there, 11.94, 117 miles an hour. Now the slowing down process, the wind turbine just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But don't worry, she will turn the corner. And she'll be absolutely fine. Right, just a little bit of a clean up on the start line. Back with you in a moment. Right, so we are into Run What You Brung at the moment. Neil Bolton from our timing crew just lining up, and also we've got a few more cars in the lane. Laurie Bamford has made it back down. Also Jacqueline Bartlett. You've got the Penelope pit stop Ford Coupe down there. So a good mix of vehicles all round. As I say, Run What You Brung until 2:45. We're going to give our track crew just a little bit longer to cool down. It is deceptively warm out there today. So, and it's been like that every weekend for the last, 6 or 7? And we are approaching, unbelievably, our 5th heat wave of the year next week. I think temperatures are going to top sort of like 36 degrees on Thursday, something daft like that. Depending on where you are in the country, obviously. But very, very warm indeed. So just carrying on with a little bit of track work, and back with you shortly. Well, once again, it's a Williams Brothers team match up then between Laurie Bamford and Jacqueline Bartlett. Pick your Chevy time. Now, the last time they matched up, Laurie didn't really get off the line at all, and Jacqueline disappeared into the distance. So you do have the actual Williams brothers down there. Nick Williams standing in front of Jacqueline's Camaro, and then Dan guiding Laurie forward. So, bit of a match up there. Let's see how they get all this time round. Proper wheels up launch for Laurie Bamford. No wheelie bar, don't forget. We will have one on next year. 9.98 and 10.77. Nice run there for Laurie. That was pretty much picture perfect. All right, once again, the live camera inside the Moggy. That was really cool to see that on that last pass, actually. Going alongside the Penelope pit stop. Ford Coupe. So it looks so much like a Willys, but trust me, it is a Ford. Well, 10.95 at 118. And Carly just going to restage. Added excitement for the camera. Just rolling forward into stage now. Oh no. Well, don't have the camera on this time. Maybe next run. Harley goes 12.28. Right, so we have the Rambling Man. I think the door is a little bit open there. Yep, track crew spotted it as well. There we go. Going alongside Alan Bartlett. That's a 13.28 and an 11.53. Well, another one of the cars that's got an absolute bundle of runs in today is this Dodge. When you get a quiet day and run what you've brung and you've signed up for it, then my goodness me, you're going to get some passes in. So another 10 minutes of run what you brung, and then our track crew will be standing down, and then at 3 o'clock it will be presentations in front of the Mopar stand, the Mopar marquee. And when we come back at 3:30, it'll be into semi-finals for a lot of our classes as we get to the point of setting up finals. Obviously, we've got quarter-finals of Nostalgia Superstock to go first. They will be around at 3:30. That will set the semis into finals. Got a final set for Nostalgia Eliminator already. That's going to be Vic Parsons taking on Nick Garrett. We have the final pairings for the Nostalgia Cannonball, and for the big trophy, the races between Mark Luton and Robin Reed. For the third place, it's going to be Dougie Hill and Rob Grabham, and then for the fifth place shootout, Adam Clayton and Andy Flav. Oh, coasting at the top end. That's the first time I've seen that car do that. 1956 at just 35 miles an hour. Might have run out of fuel. I don't know. Got so many runs in, but has gone through the first exit. No, he's still got fuel. Actually, just drives back to the pits. Right, Mustang down there for another one. Once this run takes place, I think the tractor is just going to do a little bit of work on the start line. Got one or two cars in the lanes. Shane Sturman is down there. Neil Bolton's down there. Darren Scannell is down there as well. And a couple of others in the lanes as well. As I say, going to be running up until 2:45. So we got about 7 minutes to get all that lot through. Asking what Neil Bolton's just messaged me. He said he's in the lanes. This is going to be his last run. He's running out of fuel, so obviously the fuel light's on. And he's thinking, hang on a minute, I've got to get to Wellingborough to get some fuel. So, yeah, don't run it completely dry, Neil. Okay, so a little bit of sledding going on out there at the moment. Back very shortly indeed. As much as I don't like to talk over a track, especially it's a bit of a theme tune here at the pod at the moment. Pretty Belinda. As Liam sabotages the playlist. Neil Bolton. Shane Sturman. So 1308 and 1363. Well, I found out what's happened to the camera. Thank you, Barney. Good to test it at this event, though. So we're just going to clear the lanes of what's over there at the moment. This is Kev Preston with the Austin pickup. Or should I say the 9-second Austin pickup. Going alongside Darren Scannell with the Escort. Well, Darren not getting off the line, so he's going to reset. 9.56 for Kev there, 139. Darren Scannell coming forward then. What can he do? $9.78, 142. All right, Chris Skinner. And Paul Bentley. So 10.08, 10.20 for that pair. Right, I think the lanes are empty, so just this one, two below us. And it is Laura down there with the Crossfire Camaro, having an awesome weekend. I mean, last pass there, 10.22, 132 miles an hour. Unfortunately, the ET is not going to be what she was expecting there, because she did actually break the beams. So still a good speed, 131 mile an hour, but the 15.49, that basically was meant at 6.66 seconds, 60 foot. Okay, the Rosas are back in the house, the police cars. Probably their last foray down the racetrack this weekend. Thanks ever so much for coming along, guys, though. Just a little bit of added showpiece to the event. So just to let them out the pits for the cruise along the quarter mile. Different years represented for these cars as well. Very different sounding sirens as well on these. So this has taken us into our afternoon break. Get yourself some shade, as it is very, very warm out there. Our track crew are going to be doing some scraping on the start line, and some of our tower crew will just be taking a break as well. So when we come back, scheduled time I think around about 3:30. So as I say, it's quite a long break this afternoon, 40 minutes. But when we come back, it will be a continuation of eliminations, and it will be Nostalgia Superstock that will be kicking things off. So we're bringing the tunes back up, and as I say, get some shade, get some hydration, and we'll see you shortly.
Paul Smale goes red by 004. So James Ellis into round number 3. 10.07 breakout for Paul, 10.99 with a 3. Bang on for James Ellis. That's one way of getting it done. Right, next up, Paul Fleckney. Darling of 10.42, taking on Nick Martin with the Downtown Duster. Darling for him is 11.30. So Nick will be going first. Ball goes in.
Rick goes in. Well, pretty even, so let's sort this one out at the top end then. Nick's got his nose in front, but it's Paul Fleckney that takes the win by 0-2 at the stripe, 47 on a 42. So Paul goes into round 3. Dave Bilodeau taking on Rick Denny. Rick 11.27, Dave at 9.74, so Dave's got to be a little bit patient on the start line here. Rick Denny with the Firebird. His side of the tree will drop first. Fleckney awaits the winner. And that's Rick Denny all the way, 003 light as well. Not a lot that Dave could have done about that one, but Rick on top form off the line there. All right, Jim Smith, 10.25. Big shout out to his buddy Rod in America. I know he's tuned in. I haven't given him a mention for a little while, but I did bump into Jim in the lanes. And we do know that Rod is tuned in stateside. So, very good afternoon from Santa Pod. And obviously a good morning to you, Rod, in the USA. So, Chris Shell, 10.09. Jim, 10.25. And Jim takes that. A 0-3 win margin at the stripe there. 10.34 to a 10.17. Duncan Watts, Jake Cawthorne up next. 10 flat plays 10.52. So Jake with the flag jumper. 0.52 difference on the tree. He will go first. Jake's still got his nose out in front and takes it 10.58 to lose out 10.11. So Jake Cawthorne will be taking on John Pratt, round 3. 2 pairs to go. Dave Simcock taking on Chris Goodale. Chatting to these two in the lanes just a moment ago. That's when the engine's fired up and a sprint back to the tower. Dave looking for 10.26. Chris wants 9.85. Oh, Dave rolled forwards and then broke the beams too soon. Cherry on the tree. So Chris Goodale takes the win. Goes 9.87 on an 85. All right, last player then. Gary Lake, Ty Strevitt. This will set our final 8. So Jake Cawthorne's going to be taking on John Pratt. Rick Denny has got Paul Fleckney. Jim Smith will be taking on Chris Goodale. And James Ellis will take on the winner of this pairing of Ty Strevitt and Gary Lake. So the roulette vet will go first, 12.64. Ty, 11.25. Going to be trying to hunt Gary down. Well, this one will be real close at the top end. And the win light goes. 12.67 on a 64. Gary Lake takes it by 0.4 of a second. Cracking lights from both of them. But it is Gary that marches on. Both away well. And a 10.12 takes the win to a 10. Oh, perfect, almost perfect run there for Chris. And it is going to be Steve, as Steph goes red by 002. Steve Matthews marches on. Oh, perfect ET again. Oh, I believe that. That's 2 in a row. Well, I can't believe that. Steve Matthews, 2 perfect ETs in succession. He did a perfect against Nick, and then he's done another one against Steph. He's wired into this racetrack this weekend. Time trial run for Nervous Nick and Adam Krasinski. Out of competition run this one. And 11:31, 10:50. Right, Brian Gibson with the Identity Crisis. Lost out to Kate Booth in round 1, but sticking around for some extra track time. Target number 11:20 on that window. That was the dial-in in eliminations earlier on. Goes 11:14. So, semi-final set for Gasser Circus then. It's going to be Sean Milsom taking on Steve Matthews, and then it'll be Kate Booth taking on Tom Margerson. Oh, and Bill goes red, so it is Arnie that goes through. Arnie with an 886 gets the job done. Not a lot between them off the line. Ryan just stretching his lead a little bit towards the top end, and he takes it 892 to 898. Well, Russ gets away very nicely indeed. And this is Russ all the way. Goes 895 to a 960. Well, Nick closing in, and I think he's just going to ease past Dave here. And yeah, he takes that a 908, 136 to a 1050 and 125. So that puts Nick into the final. Who's going to race? One of these tough competitors then. So the Plymouth Belvedere and the Dodge Polara. Almost identical cars at the end of the day. So Vic Parsons taking on Adrian Portelli, 968 plays 10:13. Adrian going first. This for a spot in the final. Vic got his nose out in front, takes it 974 to a lose out 10-12, sorry 10-17. So it is Vic Parsons going to be taking on Nick Garrett in the final of Nostalgia Eliminator. Carly with the bogey, dipped into the 11s earlier. There she goes. Nicely on the way there. Great view from inside the car as it goes down the track. Goes across the line there, 1194, 117 miles an hour. Now the slowing down process, the wind turbine just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But don't worry, she will turn the corner. And she'll be absolutely fine. Right, just a little bit of a clean up on the start line. Back with you in a moment. So, bit of a match up there. Let's see how they go all this time round. Proper wheels up launch for Laurie Bamford. No wheelie bar, don't forget. You will have one on next year. 9.98 and 10.77. Nice run there for Laurie. That was pretty much picture perfect.
Help me, I'm dug in so deep and I need to climb and show me another path I can walk around these clouds. Everybody comes to the edge sooner or later in life. Help me, I'm lost in doubt. Now I'm bringing light to the dark. Oh, I'm bringing light to the dark. I'm bringing light to the dark. You're an angel. Angel. A myth, the religion I heard about. Angel. Pulling me from the depths I free and blue. I'm rising up and now I'm shining like a diamond in the midnight sky. You are, love me. Whenever I lose sight of my light, show me the biggest secrets we hold inside. Everybody's looking for the key to open up their life. You got me, and I got you. Now I'm bringing light to the dark. Oh, I'm bringing light to the dark. I'm bringing light to the dark. You're an angel. Angel. A myth, the religion I heard about. Angel. Pulling me from the depths I free and ooh, I'm rising up and now I'm shining like a diamond in the midnight sky. You are an angel. Angel, a myth of a legend I heard about. Angel, pulling me from the depths I free and ooh, I'm rising up. I'm now I'm shining like a diamond in the midnight sky. Angel, a myth of a legend I heard about. Angel, pulling me from the depths of free and ooh, I'm rising up. And now I'm shining like a diamond in the midnight sky. You are an angel.
Oh, Paul Smale goes red by 004. So James Ellis into round number 3. 10.07 breakout for Paul, 10.99 with a 3. Bang on for James Ellis. That's one way of getting it done. Right, next up, Paul Fleckney. Darling of 10.42, taking on Nick Martin with the Downtown Duster. Darling for him is 11.30. So Nick will be going first. Ball goes in, Nick goes in. Well, pretty even, so let's sort this one out at the top end then. Nick's got his nose in front, but it's Paul Fleckney that takes the win by 0-2 at the strike, 47 on a 42. So Paul goes into round 3. Dave Billadou taking on Rick Denny. Rick 11.27, Dave at 9.74, so Dave's got to be a little bit patient on the start line here. Rick Denny with the Firebird. His side of the tree will drop first. Fleckney awaits the winner. And that's Rick Denny all the way, 003 light as well. Not a lot that Dave could have done about that one, but Rick on top form off the line there. All right, Jim Smith, 10.25. Big shout out to his buddy Rod in America. I know he's tuned in. I haven't given him a mention for a little while, but I did bump into Jim in the lanes. And we do know that Rod is tuned in stateside. So, very good afternoon from Santa Pod. And obviously a good morning to you, Rod, in the USA. So, Chris Shell, 10.09. Jim, 10.25. And Jim takes that. A 0-3 win margin at the strike there. 10.34 to a 10.17. Duncan Watts, Jake Cawthorne up next. 10 flat, plays 10.52. So Jake with the flag jumper. 0.52 difference on the tree. He will go first. Jake still got his nose out in front and takes it 10.58 to a lose out 10.11. So Jake Cawthorne will be taking on John Pratt, round 3. 2 pairs to go. Dave Simcock taking on Chris Goodale. Chatting to these two in the lanes just a moment ago. That's when the engine's fired up and a sprint back to the tower. Dave looking for 10.26. Chris wants 9.85. Oh, Dave rolled forwards and then broke the beams too soon. Cherry on the tree. So Chris Goodale takes the win. Goes 9.87 on an 85. All right, last player then. Gary Lake, Ty Strevitt. This will set our final 8. So Jake Cawthorne's going to be taking on John Pratt. Rick Denny has got Paul Fleckney. Jim Smith will be taking on Chris Goodale. And James Ellis will take on the winner of this pairing of Ty Strevitt and Gary Lake. So the roulette vet will go first, 12.64. Ty, 11.25. Going to be trying to hunt Gary down. Well, this one will be real close at the top end. And the win light goes 12.67 on a 64. Gary Lake takes it by 0.4 of a second. Cracking lights from both of them. But it is Gary that marches on. Both away well. And a 10.12 takes the win to a 10. Oh, perfect, almost perfect run there for Chris. And it is going to be Steve as Steph goes red by 002. Steve Matthews marches on. Oh, perfect ET again. Oh, I believe that. That's 2 in a row. Well, I can't believe that. Steve Matthews, 2 perfect ETs in succession. He did a perfect against Nick, and then he's done another one against Steph. He's wired into this racetrack this weekend. Time trial run for Nervous Nick and Adam Krasinski. Out of competition run this one. And 11:31, 10:50. Right, Brian Gibson with the Identity Crisis. Lost out to Kate Booth in round one, but sticking around for some extra track time. Target number 11:20 on that window. That was the dial-in in eliminations earlier on. Goes 11:14. So, semi-final set for Gasser Circus then. It's going to be Sean Milsom taking on Steve Matthews, and then it'll be Kate Booth taking on Tom Margerson. Oh, and Bill goes red, so it is Arnie that goes through. Arnie with an 8.86 gets the job done. Go. Not a lot between them off the line. Ryan just stretching his lead a little bit towards the top end, and he takes it 8.92 to 8.98. Well, Russ gets away very nicely indeed. And this is Russ all the way. Goes 8.95 to a 9.60. Well, Nick closing in, and I think he's just going to ease past Dave here. And yeah, he takes that a 9.08, 136 to a 10.50 and 125. So that puts Nick into the final. Who's going to race? One of these tough competitors then. So the Plymouth Belvedere and the Dodge Polara. Almost identical cars at the end of the day. So Vic Parsons taking on Adrian Portelli, 9.68 plays 10.13. Adrian going first. This for a spot in the final. Vic got his nose out in front, takes it 9.74 to a lose out 10.12, sorry 10.17. So it is Vic Parsons going to be taking on Nick Garrett in the final of Nostalgia Eliminator. Carly with the Moggy, dipped into the 11s earlier. There she goes. Nicely on the way there. Great view from inside the car as it goes down the track. Goes across the line there, 1194, 117 miles an hour. Now the slowing down process, the wind turbine just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But don't worry, she will turn the corner. And she'll be absolutely fine. Right, just a little bit of a clean up on the start line. Back with you in a moment. So, bit of a match up there. Let's see how they go this time round. Proper wheels up launch for Laurie Bamford. No wheelie bar, don't forget. He will have one on next year. 9.98 and 10.77. Nice run there for Laurie. That was pretty much picture perfect. We are back, and our track crew finally had a chance to cool down, and now they're coming back straight into the heat. As we continue with eliminations, and this is Nostalgia Superstock. Now, unfortunately, this lot managed to cool down as well. So, Jake Cawthorne taking on John Pratt. The Darlings, the all-important Darlings then. John Darling 11 flat with the Barracuda. Jake Cawthorne 10.52 with the flag jumper. This for a spot in the semis. Oh, Jake might be catching. Indeed he does. 10.57 against a loser 11. Oh, wow. Bang on the number for John Pratt. Lost on a whole shot there, unfortunately. 0-1 the difference at the stripe. Jake Cawthorne into the semis, but well on John. Nice ET. Rick Denny, Paul Fleckney. This for a matchup against Jake. The Doggone Dodge taking on the Firebird. 11.32 plays 10.42. Just 0.9 of a second difference on the tree. Rick's hanging it out there, went in late. Oh, 11.33 on a 32 Darling, 47 on a 42. So Rick Denny moves on to the semis. Jim Smith, Chris Goodale. I've already said it once, but I'm going to say it again. Good afternoon from Santapod to Jim's best buddy, Rod, in the States. I hope you keep him well. And maybe next year we'll have you back at the pod. I say, wishing you all the best, mate. So Jim, Darling in 10.25. Chris, Darling in 9.89. Oh, and Jim goes red. So Chris Goodale into the semis. 10.33 and a 9.87 breakout for Chris. Didn't matter. The win light was already on in his lane. So your last pair in Nostalgia Superstock to set the semis. This for a place against Chris Goodale. This is Gary Lake with the Roulette Vet alongside James Ellis with the Chevelle. 12.64 Darling for Gary. 11.01 for James. Oh, James closing in, takes the win. 11.09 or 11.01, that is a whole shot win in effect. 12.70 for Gary Lake on that 64. Win margin 0.6. James Ellis into the semis. Right, another matchup then between the Williams Brothers cars of Jacqueline Bartlett with the Camaro and Laurie Bamford with a Nova. Lovely wheels up launch once again from Laurie. Goes 9.98 against a 10.80. Okay, so the Gluebird just going out as we do have our Nostalgia Cannonball coming up next, so they just need a little bit of extra help. So a few quick trips with the Bluebird, and then it will be Robbie Grabham alongside. So actually, I've got the pairings here actually. So Adam Clayton and Andy Flavel, Dougie Hill against Rob Grabham, and then the Nostalgia Cannonball final is between Mark Luton and Robin Reed. So let's let the Bluebird do its thing. Coming back at you shortly with the Nostalgia Cannonball here at the Mopars.
so fine. Well, Miss Lindy, my Miss Lindy, well, I love that little girl crying. Well, Miss Lindy, my Miss Lindy, well, I love that little girl crying. Have you ever seen Miss Lindy? She likes to dance all day, and when she does rock and roll, it take your breath away. Well, she's mine, yeah, she's mine. Well, I love that little girl, she's so fine. Well, Miss Lindy's hair is fiery red, her eyes are water blue, and when Miss Lindy smiles at me, oh, what it makes me do. Well, she's mine, yeah, she's mine. Well, I love that little girl. She's
Okay, it's time now for our final rafts with the Nostalgic Cannonball.
fiery red, her eyes are water blue, and when Miss Lindy smiles at me, oh, what it makes me do. Well, she's mine.
Here, Andy Flavel's Mustang running in the background. Such a shame that their last run, we didn't get a time on the board. Basically, just went before the tree was ready. So we'll get a solo run. He was due to go alongside Adam Clayton, but unfortunately, Adam not making the call. So best this weekend of 701. Oh, so close to a 6 this weekend. You never know, that last run could have been a 6, but we never know. Andy Flavel then, the Steel River Hot Rod Funny Car. This to cement 5th place in the Nostalgia Cannonball this weekend. What a great looking pass that is. 701 again, 192 miles an hour. Absolutely like a Swiss watch, that one. Sweet as a nut. Well done, guys. Very, very consistent indeed. 105 to 60 foot, 448, 155 to the 8th. As you see at the top end there. 701, 192. Right, we have the 4th and 3rd place runoff between Dougie Hill and, of course, Robbie Grabham with Freddy's Revenge. As always, Dopey's come up to see me with the notes. They were looking for another 6, unsurprisingly. But the 1.04 60 foot was only a few thousandths of their best ever. They had just put a tiny bit more weight in the clutch. Left everything else as it was. And as Dopey says, they have had a great weekend. Dougie Hill on his return after shearing a wheel off the car. Good return to form for Dougie. Again, he's running in the 7-second zone as well. And this is a good matchup. This is a very, very tidy matchup then. Dougie Hill with the slingshot. Robbie with the altered for 3rd and 4th place here in the Nostalgia Cannonball. So Dougie a best of 7:30 this weekend. And And well, Robbie didn't strike the tyres that time, but do you know what? I think there's enough heat out there not really to affect him. He'll still get good grip. So Dougie going to roll forward into the Slick Tricks lane. Robbie Grabham in the sixes already this weekend. Can he do another one? This for the third place position in the Nostalgia Cannonball. Robbie gets the jump. Robbie doing everything he can to stay out in front, and he does so with a 7:04, 196 mile an hour pass there. 7:36, 190 for Dougie Hill. So Robbie Grabham, again the form but continues. Very tidy run indeed. And Robbie takes the third spot in the Nostalgia Cannonball. Okay, the final in the Nostalgia Cannonball. Robin Reed with the nitro-powered supercharged Daimler going alongside Mark Luton with the Slingshot, the Chariots of Fire machine. It was a little bit doubtful if they would actually make the final, but thankfully a welder was found on site, and because they had some cracked headers, but they managed to get that sorted out. So your final in the Nostalgia Cannonball, Robin Reed with the Daimler Dragster, and of course Mark Luton with the Chariots of Fire machine. Should be a great final actually. Two very competitive teams, two sorted cars, and two drivers really wanting the win. We got the trophies up in the tower here for the winner and runner-up. And of course with the Nostalgia Cannonball there is some prize money as well. I haven't got the money, but I've got the trophies. So we're just waiting for the signal for them to clear. In actual fact, I think there could just be a little bit of attention to the track. In fact, yes. Chris just going out with the tractor. And that's purely because Robbie just got a little bit wayward on the launch there. Maybe just shook something loose and maybe dropped a tiny bit of fluid. So they're just going to check that lane out. As I say, the next pairing is your final in the Nostalgia Cannonball. Back with you in a moment. Okay, engine started up round the corner then. The final of the Nostalgia Cannonball. Mark Luton with the Chariots of Fire slingshot. First time over 200 miles an hour this weekend. Congratulations to him. And he's only 1/100th of a second off the best that car has ever run. Going alongside Robin Reed. Also close to 200 this weekend as well. So the little car, but on nitro. Little Daimler Dragster. So nitro, the magic ingredient, it really is. Well, Robin's best 675, Mark's best. This really is a superb final in prospect. Hardly anything between them. So this for the big trophy, this for the lion's share of the prize pot, and this of course for the event win at the Mopars. Next weekend, GTR Festival. Weekend after that, Greenlight Nationals. All information available on santapod.com, and of course don't forget, for all your results of this event, Eurodragster.com, the font of all knowledge for the racing here and across Europe as well. We've got Graham doing the live reporting here at the moment, and of course he updates as soon as the pairings take place. He'll feed the information in so you can see the numbers which Graham gets from the timing system. So a huge thanks to Eurodragster.com as we go to the final of the Nostalgia Cannonball. So Robin into pre-stage. There goes Mark, he's just getting into stage and send him off. Robin with the jump. Mark Luton trying all he can to close in. Oh, it's going to be close to the top end. It's a 678 to a 692. 196 plays 198. Congratulations to Robin Reed, to Team Triple R, who take the trophy for the Nostalgia Cannonball this weekend. And huge congratulations also to the Team Chariots of Fire with Mark Luton and the squad for a very well-deserved final place and the runner-up spot there. So a 678 and a 692. A very good final indeed. Fair to say, Robin did get the jump off the line there. Mark went deep, and but nevertheless, sorry, a great race, great weekend, and congratulations to Robin Reed. So we'll get Robin and of course Mark down at some point, and we've got their trophies here for them. But Team Triple R victorious here at the Mopars, and well done to the Chariots of Fire team as well. Great weekend for them. Right, we got Ricky Gowan. He's just getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Also got Leo Knight down there as well. He's running in Supercharged Outlaws. He'll be coming up next. But we got Ricky Gowan first with the Cannonball Funny Car. Car sounding so much better this weekend than it ever has done since Ricky took over. I think I've said everything I can say about what Ricky's trying to achieve with this car on literally zero budget. But he's out there and he's trying. He's got so much experience as a crew guy in these. I mean, he's been crewing for like 20, 25 years out there. But now a chance to have a go himself. Sounding good. So little steps makes big strides at the end of the day in this sport. And Ricky Gowan on that path at the moment. once again, massive thanks to Wendy Baker and Paul Stubbs for their help this weekend. Helped dig Ricky out of a bit of a hole. So a huge thanks to the Time Walk team. Track time's so valuable for these cars. They don't get to run that often. I think the next time out for them it'll be Hot Rod Drags, last meeting of the year for them. So Ricky, the track is yours. Own it, mate. Best of luck. Little pedal at the end there, 955, 130, backs his 950 up from earlier. Nicely done, Ricky. 130 miles an hour. Just not didn't build any speed between the 8th and the quarter. But again, more. Keep learning every single run there. But well done, Ricky. Right, let's have a look into the pairing lanes. Got Gasser Circus, got Supercharged Outlaws. Just not sure which one's going to come next. I'll let you know in a moment, as soon as somebody flinches. So let's just bring you up to speed. Actually, Nostalgia Eliminator is set for final, actually. That's between Vic Parsons and Nick Garrett. Street Eliminator tryouts. Nick Garrett again, taking on his brother Ryan. And on the other side of the ladder is going to be Arnie Pamant taking on Russ Pursley. Gas Circus semi-finals, they're in the lanes. Going to be Sean Milsom taking on Steve Matthews. Steve Matthews had a perfect ET last round, and he had a perfect ET the round before, so he's not Steve perfect, he's Peter perfect out there. Well done. Kate Booth on the other side of the ladder taking on Tom Margerson. And of course, Nostalgia Superstock. They have got to run their semis as well. Going to be James Ellis taking on Chris Goodale. And it's going to be Rick Denny taking on Jake Cawthorne. So that's where we are. Maybe a little bit of Run With Your Brung if anybody's left to mix into that as well. And of course, got the Wild Bunch. They've got their session coming up shortly as well. So just a little bit of a sweep and a sled after Ricky's run. But not far away for more track action here at the Mopars. Back within a moment. we're back once again. A little bit of sledding there by Chris and the track crew. As it's Leo Knight, the Supercharged Outlaws, with the stretch Topolino body car. Only got one run in yesterday, but gets another shot at the track today. I think it was 8.3 went yesterday. Yeah, 8.32 was his marker. So Leo takes it through 11.13, 114, sounded a little bit starved there, but nevertheless went A to B. Well done. Right, it is Gasser Circus semi-finals. Going to be Tom Margerson taking on Kate Booth. In the first pair, here they come round the corner now. And then it'll be Sean Milsom taking on Steve Matthews. Well, Tom hasn't had a race yet and he's in the semi-finals. So here we go then. The Darlings, 10.61 plays 10.77. Not a lot between them. Tom will be going first. Kate will be doing the chasing. This for a spot in the final. Both away well. Neck and neck towards the stripe, and it is Tom Margerson that takes it. 10.78 on a 77. Win margin 0.11. Tom into the final. Who's he going to be taking on? Steve Matthews, the new points leader in Gasser Circus, taking on Sean Milsom. The Darlings, 10.05 plays 9.68. And it is Steve Matthews into the final. Sean Milsom goes red. So honky tonkin into the final. He's not going to do another perfect one, is he? No, he breaks out this time. 9.60 on a 68. But it is Steve into the final. And oh boy, is he hauling the points in now. So Steve Matthews against Tom Margerson in the final of Gasser Circus. On now to the Wild Bunch, their last run of the day. So you got the Scud Altered of Alan Schofield going alongside Dan Wilson, the antique toy. Oh, once again, I said it once, I'll say it again. Hi to James Wilson, tuned in via the live feed. Gave me a mention earlier, give him another one now. You did hear my earlier one. He's got 2 for the price of 1. Mind you, they were both free. $9.67 plays $9.18. $9.68, and Alan Schofield goes $9.28. Really good run for Dan Wilson there. Next up then, Rob White, Kyle Southworth. So 11.19 and 9.10 the target numbers. And 11.40, 9.14. Nicely done. So, Andy Roy with the Shaw Crank Redemption. New PB this weekend, 9.55. So, well done to them. Let's see what he can do this time round then. Last chance, well, not last chance, last run of the weekend for the Wild Bunch. Very soft, beautifully controlled wheelie off the line. So 9.55 with a 2, 138. That's another PB. So it's 9.55 with a 2, beats a 9.55 with a 9. So tiny increments, but another PB. Well done. Right, turn of the T's. It is Marie Mills and Mick Sharp, I think, up next. The 2T. Sorry, there were 2 Model Fords. Model T Ford, I should say. God, getting a bit tongue twisted here. But they're lining up together. Oh, just going to send. We're going to put Marie on a solo here. Not quite sure, but I think Mick was ready. Ah, that's because I've already got a car underneath me. Alright, so Mick Sharp has made it round. So it will be the two Model T Fords. What a weekend Mick Sharp is having, actually. Best of 866, and then he improved on that to go 850. And the best speed of 148 this weekend. So he went 146, 147, then 148. Really stepping on it each time the car goes down the track. So Marie looking for a 1042. Mick 872, but I don't think he cares if he goes under that. $10.66, $8.99 to wrap up their weekend of racing in the Wild Bunch. Tom Bushby. Well, fair to say he's got the hang of this quite quickly. Last pass him was a 905, only 122. Maybe, just maybe, we'll see an 8 this time round. Right, let's see what Tom could do then. As I say, 905, 122 on the previous pass. If he can keep his foot nailed all the way, he'll go into the 8s. But bearing in mind, it's his debut weekend as well. Whatever happens, he'll have a great time. Well, there it is, 886, 140 mile an hour pass there. So well done indeed to Tom. 886, 140 on his debut weekend. Can't ask for any more than that. Joey Charles, the fortunate son, alongside Phil James, Rampage funny car. So 1063, 943, the numbers of choice. up pretty well at the top end there. Look, 10.68 on the 63, 47 on the 43. Nicely done. Right, I believe this is the last one in the Wild Bunch. Dave Schumark, the crewman. 960. The chosen number. PB this weekend, both speed and ET actually. 949 at 137. Has made every pass as well. We've done a real good job this weekend. Another good looking pass. 9.52 at 136. Again, coming into the weekend, that would have been a PB. But he'd already gone quicker, 9.49. So not only quicker than before, very consistent as well. Right, Street Eliminator Tryout semi-final. This for a spot in the final, and it's the two brothers fighting this one out. Ryan Garrett and Nick Garrett. Ryan with a Valiant. And of course, Nick down there with a Chevy. 890, darling, for Nick. Haven't got Ryan's yet. Looks like a 1010. No, 10-2, sorry, for Ryan. Sorry, no, it's not a dial-in. It's Street Eliminator Tryouts. Heads up. So I was getting a bit confused there because both of these cars are running in another class as well. But no, this is heads up. So whoever gets to the top end first wins. Both capable of running in the 8s. Here we go. Both away well. A little bit of wheel spin off the line there for Nick. Ryan maybe has his nose in front. Nick closing in. Oh, it's side by side all the way. And it is an 894 to a 903. Ryan Garrett goes into the final. Oh, they both wanted it. 0.3 off the line for Ryan. 0.6 off the line for Nick. But it is Ryan into the final. Going to be facing one of these two. Arnie Pamant, Russ Pursley. Arnie last time out, 886. Russ, 895. Nothing between them. Oh, but Arnie goes red. So Russ Pursley gets a spot in the final. Arnie went, 852, 876 for Russ. So it'll be Russ taking on Ryan in the final of Street Eliminator Tryouts. Nostalgia Superstock semi-finals. Jake Cawthorne taking on Rick Denny. $11.30 plays 10.52. Two very experienced racers know exactly what they're doing out there. But at the end of the day, it's who's got the best dialing, who's got the overall race package here, who can cut a light, and who is going to take a spot in the final. Rick will go first. Oh, and here's Rick into the final. Jake Cawthorne goes red. Rick Denny, 11.23 and 11.30. 10.56 on a 52, but Rick Denny into the final. Going to be taking on either James Ellis or Chris Goodale. How far apart could these two get in qualifying? Number 29 and number 3. Well, that means nothing anymore. Whoever wins this is into the final. The Darlings, 11.01, 9.87. It's going to be Chris Goodale. James Ellis goes red by 0.1. So Chris into the final. Chris went red as well, only 002. 991 on an 87. 11 flat breakout for James. So that is the final set in Nostalgia Superstock. In actual fact, all classes are at finals. Got the NASCARs down there. Got one or two left in Run What You Brung, but then it is a case of all finalists. Obviously, we have already run the final for the Nostalgia Cannonball, and once again, congratulations to Robin Reed taking the overall win there from Mark Luton, as our NASCARs take to the track. Okay, so Claire Meadows just come up to get the info from me as we look once again. Oh, Darren Hussey with the Angry Birdies had a bit of a tumultuous weekend. Oh no, and Crossfire Camaro not playing ball either. Mind you, having said that, Laura's had an awesome weekend in the car as well. All been good fun out there. So Darren, come on, let's get a decent run in. He deserves one. Didn't build any real boost off the line, unfortunately. .1448 at 108 miles an hour. Okay, well, the Crossfire Camaro, oh, what a shame. I'll tell you what, they've had a great weekend, though. And certainly been entertaining to watch. Laura's had a great time. Jamie actually going to get in the passenger seat as well. Now, hopefully, be able to start up and drive out. Otherwise, Jamie, you're going to get very warm in there. Yep, they're going back. Okay, Perrin lanes are empty at the moment, so any last-minute stragglers will run what you brung. But also, we just have our finals to run. Right, Battle of it Memorial Flight joining us with the Dakota. Suspicion, that's a little bit earlier than we thought. Yeah, 9 minutes ahead of schedule. But anyway, I'll stop waffling. The music's off as the Dakota approaches the track from behind the tower. Enjoy this one, folks. Right, the Dakota swinging around, coming up from the main gate now on its last pass. Get your cameras out. Here it comes. Well, fair to say, always good to see the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Yesterday they joined us, and today with the Dakota. So, well, it is a case of waiting for our finest. I have actually spotted Team Triple R. And I think Mark Luton and the Chariots of Fire team are here as well. So I'll tell you what, let's go and give some trophies out. And we'll be back with you in a moment. Right, okay, so we made it down onto the start line, and normally we do this in the town, there's a little bit out of sight, but we got the teams that have come down en masse for this. So we've got all of the Chariots of Fire team and all of Triple R as well. So the Nostalgia Cannonball, very, very competitive this weekend, and what a great final it was. First of all, let's just have a quick chat with the drivers. Mark Luton. Well, what can we say? I think the best thing I can say to you, sir, is congratulations and well done joining the 200 mile an hour club this weekend. How did that feel?
It felt absolutely fine. For me, I don't take anything away from Roy. You know, the car has already done this. I'm just trying to get his numbers.
But at the end of the day, Roy's been doing this forever. You've been doing this, a few meetings, and you're only 1/100th of a second behind him. How about that?
I never thought I'd get here that fast. Not from Jake Stelger last year, it was, but I'm here now, and dare I say it feels normal.
No, it's great, but not only that, you've got to say that Roy's been tuning the car for you. He's been setting the car up for like God knows how many years. You jump in it, and it's all gone well.
I think you definitely got that the wrong way, Colin.
No, that's good. Well, congratulations, Mark. Let's have a quick chat with Robin. Now then, Nitro, Supercharged, Daimler, and it showed all the big engine cars the way to go this weekend. Fair dues. Car was absolutely awesome this weekend.
It's a little car with a big heart that just keeps on giving and giving. Yeah, it's hard not to love that car, isn't it?
Oh, I think everybody loves it, and also the history behind it. I mean, you sent me all the details, and you sent me photographs and stuff like that. And I do promise you, because I intend to step back from a day job next year and retire, but I'll never leave this place. But I'm going to come and see you because I want a tour of the shed. Well,
the shed is a legend. People tell me that it's the Facebook page that the racers look at, which makes me kind of proud, you know, because it's great when the spectators and people like what you do, but when other racers like what you do, that's kind of a real great accolade, isn't it?
Oh, it's absolutely tremendous. And it goes without saying, well, we've got to say a huge congratulations for taking the event this weekend. And I think there's still maybe a little more to come from the little car.
Yeah, there is a little bit more. We did tip the can a little bit. We had a bit of extra percentage in for today, and we were still a bit conservative, but everything looks okay. So, you know, I don't think we've ever run much more than about 92, which was what we had in today. But I think if we get up around 95, we could see some real good times out of that car.
Good stuff, mate. Well, I know you won't rest on these laurels. You'll keep building on it. But I've got to say congratulations to Mark Luton and, of course, Robin Reed. Let's hear it for them. Congratulations to our finalists in the Nostalgia Cannonball. And all that remains for me to do is award the trophies. Once again, let's hear it for your runner-up, Mark Luton! Well done to Mark. And, of course, taking home the gold trophy, your event winner for the Nostalgia Cannonball, Robin Reed! Massive congratulations and well done to the whole class. You've all been superb this weekend, but it takes these two gentlemen to make a great final, and it certainly was. And I'll tell you what, there's more to come from both of these cars. Look at that, all the social media is going to be full. And of course, let's not forget Triple R Racing inducted into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. That celebration takes place in November. Tickets actually go on sale soon for that, so watch out for that one. Okay, folks, thanks ever so much indeed. Congratulations to them. And as I say, we are getting to the stage to call all finalists into the lanes. Not you two again, you've done your bit, you're okay. So, once again, many thanks, Kev. Congratulations, mate. Awesome weekend. And we will see you all soon.
So fine. Well, Miss Lindy Lindy's hair is fiery red, her eyes are water blue. And when Miss Lindy smiles at me, oh, what it makes me do. Well, she's mine, yeah, she's mine. Well, I love that little girl, she's so fine. Well, Miss Lindy's hair is fiery red, her eyes are water blue. And when Miss Lindy smiles at me, oh, what it makes me do. Well, she's mine, yeah, she's mine. Well, I love that little girl. Well, Miss Lindy, my Miss Lindy. Well, I love that little girl. Well, Miss Lindy, my Miss Lindy. She's my Lindy, my only Lindy. Well, I love
Okay, folks, in the pits, coming up, all finalists to the pairing lanes, please. All finalists to the pairing lanes. Thank you very much indeed. Well, we got 5 of our 8 finalists in the lanes. So at least we can get the show on the road. Let's see, Gasser Circus. This is the final between Steve Matthews and Tom Margerson. Well, fair to say, Steve has been on scintillating form today. He's had 2 perfect ETs in eliminations. Then he got past Sean Milsom to put his spot in the final. Tom's had it a bit easier. 2 bye runs, but then got past Katie in the semis. So the final, 10.76 Darling for the pressure machine, 9.62 for Honky Tonkin. This for one of those glorious trophies from Neil Melliard, one of those Skittles, and they are so coveted. So Tom 10.76, Steve 9.62. A little bit of pedalling and the win light goes to Tom Margerson, 10.80 on a 76, 9.65 on a 62. But it is Tom that takes the win here at the Gasser Circus for the Mopars. Well done to Tom. But Steve Matthews will not be too disappointed. He goes away from here with the points lead in Gasser Circus. Looking over into the lanes, I can see the finalists of Nostalgia Superstock. Chris Goodale and Rick Denny. 2 extremely experienced racers out there. God, look at the amount of people that came down for Gasser Circus final. Oh, yeah, it was everybody. Anyway, Rick Denny with the Firebird. And Chris Goodale with Russo's Rat, the Chevelle. Fair to say, both had a decent weekend. Chris qualified number 3. He's hauling in the points this weekend. Rick qualified number 22. As I say, qualifying doesn't matter anymore. It's all about the racing. The Darlings, 11.34 for Rick Denny, 9.90 for Chris Goodale. So it will be Rick going first. The best of luck to both of them. This for the win here at the Mopars for Nostalgia Superstock. So Chris will go in first. I predict, anyway. The thing is, though, with a staggered start, it doesn't really matter who goes in first, but... Oh, no, Rick goes in. Here we go. Best of luck, guys. Well, it's a case of sort this one out at the top end. And that's a breakout for Rick Denny. Got there first, but broke out. Win goes to Chris Goodale. 10.10 on a 9.90. Rick went 11.33 on an 11.34 Darling. So congratulations to your winner, Chris Goodale. 2 finals to go. Ryan Garrett and Russ Pursley in the Street Eliminator tryouts. And it's going to be Vic Parsons taking on Nick Garrett. Sorry, Ryan. Get it the right way around. Right, Ryan and Russ. Here we go. Street Eliminator tryouts then. No Darlings, unlike I tried to announce earlier. Oh, I really confused Eurodragster.com earlier on with that one, and I do apologise. Don't forget, check into Eurodragster for all the results from the meeting. You will find all the information you need to know about this and every other meeting throughout the year on Eurodragster.com. And many thanks indeed to Graham, who does all the work here, and of course everybody else that supports the website away from site. But this is it then. Ryan Garrett, Russ Pursley, heads up, first to the other end, wins. This in the Street Eliminator tryouts. Both got 8-second cars. Ryan goes red. So it is a win for Russ Pursley. To be fair, Ryan had to chop the tree down. He went 8.93 to lose out 8.87. So congratulations to Russ Pursley, who takes the win for Street Eliminator Tryouts. Right, we have one race left, the final of the day. Vic Parsons taking on Nick Garrett. They're both in the lanes ready. This is our last race of the day. Before you all sprint off, just want to say thank you ever so much indeed to everybody that has joined us. It's been a quieter day today, purely because of the heat. Not everybody wants to get too hot in their race cars. But it's been enjoyable as well. Had a really good time up here. Catching up with so many people, especially the socials in the evening. Been very, very good indeed. So our last race of the day then. Nick Garrett and Vic Parsons. Well, both of them back after rebuilds. Obviously, Nick with a little bit of front end damage when he had an incident last year. And also Vic Parsons, he's back after basically busting an engine last year. So a new power plant in the Belvedere working very, very well indeed. Let's have a look at the dial-ins then. 9.68 for Vic Parsons, 9 flat for Nick Garrett. Easy one to work out. 0.68 of a second difference off the line. Both into pre-stage. Here we go then. Just bump them in. So Vic will go first. Oh, Vic goes red. So it is a win for Nick Garrett. Only a 0-2 red, but a red is a red. Goes 72. 8.98 breakout for Nick Garrett, but congratulations, he's got the event win. And that is it. That is a wrap for the Mopars, the 2026 edition. Safe journey home, folks. Thank you ever so much indeed for coming to join us this weekend. It's been a warm one, pretty much like every other event this summer has been. But we look forward to seeing you. Don't forget, next weekend it's the GTR Festival. Weekend after that, Green Light Nationals. Then it's August Bank Holiday, a weekend off for the track crew, but it's a busy weekend elsewhere. And then it's into September with VW action, the European Finals, the Hot Rod Drags and the National Finals all coming at you in September. Once again, thanks ever so much to Graham and Eurodragster.com for all of the coverage this weekend. Don't forget to check in with them for all the race weekend results on the page. Thanks to the timing crew, thanks to our awesome track crew and all of our spotters and our pit marshals as well. Wish you a safe journey home. Don't forget, you're going to need your sunblock. It's another heat wave this weekend. This week coming up. But wherever you do, we will see you back at the track soon. Take care. We'll see you soon.